Kumar himself.
You guys smoke curry? I smoke curry.
Yeah, I can smell it in my armpit right now.
Let's still keep this.
Kumar's the only person that's been kicked off the platform from space, if I'm not mistaken. Like literally from. I don't know if anybody else. I've heard some wild shit. White nationalist people.
Yeah, I've never known anybody to get. Kumar, he's a. He tests the bounds of free speech. He is the litmus test for free speech in the United States. Like he is. There's nobody that can go like Kumar.
I'm glad you guys are putting your egos aside and I'm able to say these things after I came back after a long time. I usually do not say thanks to anyone in spaces. Tonight I would say thank you.
Kumar, what do you think in America? Do you think dual nationals should be allowed to serve in Congress, serve in government, and be dual nationality, whether they are from India or whether they are from Israel or whether they are from Bangladesh or whether they are from Russia, or it don't matter? I don't know, France, Germany, Britain, does not matter.
Allegiance towards one country in particular.
Kumar doesn't even like the immigrants, bro. He fucking doesn't like illegals going over here.
Yeah, the illegals, like, the first thing they do is break the law. Like, how do you make them a citizen or give them a fucking pass to stay here forever? That's the first thing they do. They break the law. They should be in jail for committing the law, or they need to be immediately deported, not even get food in our jail, because that's the waste of our money. That's how I feel about it. Or they should actually have a current wire, like a current in the wall, so that if somebody tries to touch the wall, they just
Kumar, do you think they should do?
Probably not popular here in this space, but I think because Kumar has an aversion to Pakis, he's pro-Israel because he doesn't like Pakis.
Kumar.
I'm gonna tell you one thing. Like when the conflict started, yes, I would say that I was pro-Israeli, but I'm not gonna say I'm pro-Palestini either. But
you don't like the jihadis, though, right? It's not.
I don't like jihadis one bit. I do not like jihadis one bit. But I'm not gonna say that I do not like Israelis. But I used to love Israelis. The Jews, shalom, namaste, as I used to say. But as the conflict went further, I started to question the narrative altogether, because we are all evolving and we have to question everything. We can't have our biases, and because we will not grow. We do not grow when you get stuck into a certain mindset. I can see diligently.
I have to ask you, have you seen Erica Kirk?
No, I'm still going to say in the recorded space, I believe she's a Jezebel. And people said I said it in an unrecorded space. People fucking made fun of me and said that Kumar is calling Erica Kirk a Jezebel. And she is a Jezebel, 100%. She fits the definition of a Jezebel. She is not what she claims to be. She has fake tears. She just came to ruin. I don't even know what is going on, but definitely if somebody fits a description of a Jezebel or a witch or a succubus or a Lilith worshipper or a devil worshipper, it has to be Erica Kirk. And I said it the second day of the show.
Kumar, I don't know. Wait, don't stop. Can you tell us what a succubus is?
Yeah, my bad on that. I think somebody's got a civil shit on.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to know what a succubus is.
You got your two phones, you're gonna do like this.
I can't believe that you fucking muted Kumar during his very
I think
kick the fuck down. I really felt bad.
I got into a role after a long time, actually. But I'm glad he actually muted me, because when I get into the role, see how elegantly.
You're just saying what everybody else is thinking, right? You're just getting to the truth of the matter. We're all sitting here dancing around it. I knew that you would.
I said it the very same day, because you would see the way she was being propagated, the way she was like a brand ambassador. She was like, and then the guy was sent in a J.D. Vance's Air Force 2 or Air Force 1 or whatever the fuck. And then the next day, everything was so cinematographic, and things that happened did not make sense. I mean, a widow, and then she's kissing Donald Trump, and she's acting like, she's now the leader of the. What kind of a woman who loves their husband gets back on action so fucking quick, unless she's a Jezebel? She gave into his life to fucking take his life away for an ulterior motive. I'm not gonna. At this point, I'm also questioning Charlie Kirk. He may also be Like, I mean, at this point, I don't know.
I think you got in bed to the devil, and when you get in bed with the devil, you can't leave. And
It's
you
like
try to
selling
leave.
your soul. They trade their soul somehow. And I think Jezebel Erica Kirk, who had a huge responsibility, or she played a huge game or a role in that, because if you look at her rings, the things that she wears, her past, her history, and the things that she does, these voodoo bullshit, whatever the fuck, that does not align with a Christian woman, bro.
She was on like the real world, like whatever, or the singles dating shit, like the reality TV shows. That is not normal.
A Romanian non-profit, bro.
Yes, that is even. Yeah, I forgot about that.
And the worst part, I heard somebody in a space, actually. I don't know about intelligent space or somebody else's space. When she won Miss Arizona back in, I don't know which year it was, her answer was transgender should be allowed. Don't know about intelligent space or somebody else's space. When she won Miss Arizona back in, I don't know which year it was, her answer was transgender should be allowed to compete in a Miss Arizona or Miss Universe competition or something like that. And it did not make sense to me, because here Charlie Kirk was totally an opponent of LGBTQ community, or this mental retardedness thing that happens with all these gays and trans and lesbians are out there. They're on pills and stuff like that. They're missing their therapies, actually, and they start taking these injections, and they think they can grow these things that they cannot have. And how does she actually is somehow a supporter of trans competing in Miss World Championships, or not championship but competitions, or whatever the fucking, what do you call these things, like
Beauty pageants?
yeah, pageant, yeah. How can you allow that? So again, I questioned a lot of things, but from the day one, I saw her looks, I saw her eyes. She was not crying, even if she was, it was just a glycerin in her eyes or whatever it was. But the way she took over the entire company, or the INC of Charlie Kirk, the way she did it, and how she's been propagated by Donald J. Trump, it is mind-boggling. I do not understand it. At the same time, I also question the death of Charlie Kirk as well. I don't think he's dead. I also feel sometimes. I mean, I don't think it would be
No, that dude's dead, dude. That guy's fucking dead. 100%.
the same thing you would think about Epstein. What if Epstein is
No, but I mean, I went to where Charlie Kirk was shot, and he's fucking dead there. He's fucking dead.
They fucking did a
No, I mean, we still too early to question that. But again, everybody has their own opinion. Only time will prove things, right? Just like Diligent. Back in the days, 1 year ago, he was like a Trump tard. 1 year later, he has turned out to be a little bit of conspiracy theorist. Here and there, I said,
Just about.
okay, got it. But at that time, I said to everyone, I'm going to repeat again in the recorded space, that the day he realizes that he's messing up, he'll be the first one to speak against all this bilateral fucking politics shit, that two sides of the same coin and all this.
That is.
He would end up talking about it, and he ended up talking about it, so I'm glad about it.
Yeah.
It goes back years too. There's videos from
I can't reconcile covering for pedos, so yep.
There's videos from 2021 with turning point events having swag bags that are all about, like, they have badges that are like, we support Israel with the Star of David on them. The after parties are planned
Oh,
at
they still do.
nightclubs. Yeah, the after parties are planned at nightclubs on the same night and time where there's like the LGBTQ quote unquote party.
What are you guys trying to prove? That you're in a psyop?
There was a chick. I'll share something with you guys. When I was there last year, there was a redheaded chick, and I'm not gonna say her name, that like started hitting on me towards the end of the night. How was that?
Her name might be the same as
She's
mine.
libertarian.
And she started hitting on me towards the end of the night, and it did kind of catch me off guard, right? It did. And she asked for her mother, and I did talk to her, and ever since all of this has happened, and she deactivated her X account, and she was kind of like a brand ambassador for TPUSA, right? And so I don't know. I was like, man, did I get it? Did they try to honeypot me? I don't know. As long as you got hot mic, somebody.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were gonna say they were trans.
No. No, I can't talk about a trans person.
See, all these people actually use greed or lust to fucking buy a man.
You know, hunger,
I mean, that's what
justice,
jezebel-
displacement, these
And
are
then
not
higher
their
rises.
problems.
I
They
do
are shared
saying a
rules.
redhead, a white woman
This
redhead,
thought
so I do
quietly
like
shaped
that. You know,
the world's spine of
I just wasn't
modern
that interested. You know, I mean, I'm too
humanitarianism.
busy, right? I'm not that interested, so.
Do you know how long it was before Charlie Kirk met Erica that they were married?
Dude, it was like 6 months, I think. It was crazy fast.
Do any of you have children? Hold on, dude. Okay, so that is crazy. 6 months, that is definitely somebody that throws himself at you and is like, makes your mind wander, and then you're freaking about it.
You know what's weirder is that
I'm pretty much
set
how long
her
it
up
took me
with
and
the
my wife.
interview.
We have 3 children.
Trump set her up with the interview. Yeah, drop him down, thank you. Trump set her up with the interview with him, and by the end of the interview, she said that I'm gonna marry you, and then she did. So like, I mean, if there ever was a circumstance where like all of that what we're talking about, it was under his presidency. You know what I mean? Like,
And even Miss Arizona patient was actually
I've had to
by
come
Donald Trump.
I've had to come to grips with some things that a lot of very funky fucking shit have happened under Trump's presidencies. COVID, fucking Jeffrey Epstein getting murdered, like the cover up there, a lot of shit under this presidency. Like, it just seemed like a lot of deep state fucking intelligence level shit happens while Trump is president, dude.
Somebody thought
Seriously.
Trump was that diligent. They said the only reason he got in 2016 because they knew that the people wouldn't buy the facts from coming from Hillary. I was like, shut up! Don't get me thinking like that. It's fucking.
But at that point, I just wanted to add one more thing. I believe the QAnon agenda, the QTAD agenda, where they talk about white hat and black hat. In the end of the 2024 presidency, I saw Elon Musk and Donald Trump wearing Make America Great Again hat, which was black. So who was the black hat and who was the white hat? Just think about it for a second. What has happened right there? Black hat, white hat, while you are wearing the black hat in the hand, which says Make America Great Again. So we have to think about a lot of things. Even Erica Kirk, Miss America or Miss Arizona pageant handled by Trump, then she hugs Trump and kisses Trump right after the death of Charlie Kirk. The way they were commingling as if like they have had a few sessions before in the past. And they were like, okay, back to me again, baby. Something like that.
That's something in common though.
Break the law again.
The grin on his face was something else.
Kumar, what do you think about Candace?
You don't want to know all my opinions in one night. I just started the space, you know what I'm saying?
Actually. I do want to know.
Let's wait for a while. I mean, you don't get all the fucking, you know what I'm saying? In one go, you gotta wait for
It's not very often that we get
Let's wait for people to wait for Kumar to talk again.
Go ahead,
Stuff like
Kumar.
that.
We're all interested. Right.
I think I'm too schizo for this shit. Because I'm sitting here thinking like Erica Kirk. That sounds a lot like America First. Are they fucking with us with the syllables?
She went to this. Look where she went to college.
Hold on 1 second, Fatty. So, dude, you know what's so funny? I thought of that too because I saw America and the AM was cut off. And I saw America and the AM was cut off.
Look at that shit I put up in the journal. She's got her own website, right? She books fucking like social media. Like she's an entertainer. It's fucking weird. Then she's got pictures. She went to Jesuit school.
America's her job at A. Ramsey.
That's my theory.
Oh shit.
Erica Kirk is shopping at Ramsey.
You can't do this on my face tomorrow. That's me. You can't do this on my face tomorrow.
I'm obviously reserving it for this cool ass space. I was gonna use it serious.
I just want to stroke my ego a little bit here. Just one thing. Back in the days when I called Erica, teacher was sending their recording to all these mother types. And all these mother types are literally laughing along with me, and lots of them are agreeing with me. This is what I'm saying. Do not get too locked in a certain way.
This is the
For it to
latest
say that
technological innovation and
aliens and all
contributions in
these things are
Clubhouse.
this atmosphere, what the thing comes into play, and you may think that there are extraterrestrial entities or demonic entities which has influenced us, and we are just a fucking puppet. Not me, but most of the people who call themselves humans are puppets
Basically,
of
I've
these
come to the
demonic entities.
conclusion that there's
Things are
no
coming into
difference
light,
between
which is
the mouth
amazing, and it's very fast, and I'm glad that it's very fast. Things are moving so fast.
I need someone to fill my ear
every single word.
Oh,
That is
Destiny, you
used
already
by
got
a
one.
human
Never mind.
And then they mentioned just
can
ignorant,
is nothing
malicious,
more than a
sadistic,
It's
all
the
of
eyes
it
coming
comes
from
from
her, bro. Her eyes have no soul. They're like, they are emotions. Yeah, so I had a house. I was at a household, a house full of niece today, like a family that I went and saw earlier in my real life, a friend, and they're like having like a little family get together, pre-Christmas thing, you know. And I yelled out, I was like, so, you know, they know what I do. They're going through what I want to do. So, you know, in each one of your little like social media spheres, Facebook, you know, Instagram, TikTok, I was like, you know, are people buying the Charlie Kirk? Are they buying the Eric Kirk? Are they buying the Charlie Kirk? And they're like, no. And each one of them is like, I want to say, 4 or 5 people, adults, like the ages from, I think, probably 25 all the way up to 30. Like it was a mom and her 4 kids, and their grandkids were there too. And they all said,
Okay, so
they didn't know
the
one
3
person.
letters that I'm trying to focus on personal,
And they're not like in our
Which is-
that's like we're not normal. Right? It's like we're live more than most people. And now around here, not one.
to the way I'm making a joke over here.
Like it's not.
I'm just making a joke over here, and you know, I know English is your second language, but I'm just saying that, you know, I'm sorry that your child had to go through this, and these people are, you know, making it, and they are, they like brainwashing. It's a shame.
But just to hear them say that, you know, that's one.
That's
I
projection.
actually asked
Full of light and love.
you know, what they hear in their little, like worlds, and you know, some things pop up. A lot of times, this, they were all, they all know. Yeah, that's why
The zodiac, a concept, and news is based on the internet.
And they're just because some other strands are not going to
Anybody, either in the background, everywhere else, but there's no picture of the people whatsoever. I've looked at all over there.
You're being here and listening to this meeting. That's only 16. This is Andy Congressman. He has some training sessions for our music. He's your person.
It's the same thing with Charlie's parents. His sister, he has a sister who's a liberal, and you can't find any pictures of her.
I want to be so sure if you guys are Miss Rivers or Miss
or not. It is all fucking crap, dude. I mean, everybody can feel it. Everybody can feel it.
Which part is on politics?
Yes, that part. Yeah, that part. All of
Who was her first husband?
And wouldn't you take at least a year to actually sell his book? I mean, I understand he was about to or whatever, but even
it. You
so.
think that if I go to his house next week, you can still score a hug with her? She looks like a good hugger.
I would get
Yeah,
a
I was-
hug to the stat.
Oh my
I was also going to point out that she was the one leering on both gay bans and Trump. If you actually look at it, she was the one not wanting to let go, and they were like, let me go.
John Handy wasn't having it. He did the whole space. Yeah, he did the pat on the back.
That's because he got that new woman that he just married and hunkered down last
J.D. Vance was disgusted. It's like, you know.
She's like, ew, a woman.
Yeah, I'm getting attacked for
And
that.
that's he's CIA, so naturally he'd be that way towards Mossad.
I'm getting attacked for that post I just put on Eric how to give an opinion. I literally just put some shit out and somebody's coming at me. It's Florida Buckeye. I'm like, man, this is fucking crazy. Inbreeding.
Big
is all.
surprise.
I'm like,
That guy is retarded. Nobody should. There's absolutely no reason to talk to that fucking guy. It sucks. Like, you hate to write someone off. You don't want to be like, well, he's worthless. But it is worthless to spend a second
he
talking
gets
to him.
kicked out of stealth season, bro. It's like,
Florida Buckeye.
Florida Buckeye.
God, it is retarded. Like, Tucker's in your question
Wait,
whether or not.
Oh, that guy.
He's drinking. I did a debate. You wanted to debate me for a while, and it came shit faced. I was like, bro.
Oh, your buddy Mitch came in Coyote.
And here?
Mm-hmm. We're trying to find him some room.
Wait, is Chai here? I see her.
Yeah, I brought you were getting into all right.
Sorry, guys. I kept hugging babies this week, so I'm losing my voice again. Oh my god. Anyways, Renee, I thought you did a really great job. Kind of holding the line about why it's important for Candace to keep asking questions. But I am losing my voice because I can't help it when the cuties come through. I hug them and then they always get me sick. This is
Coyote, to your point and Kamar's point, I really feel bad for Charlie's kids though. I mean, they've lost one parent.
Right.
They've lost one parent, and now the other parent is out on a tour.
Who's watching
Those
Nobody.
kids are going through a trauma.
Bro, there are no kids. So I it's all animated, it's all AI, it's all fucking actor, crisis actor, whatever the fuck you call it. It's just hallucination, delusions. That's all it is. I'm trying to control my language here because of God's space. But I'm just saying it's a deluded delusion for patients.
There's an ongoing
So you're
crisis
saying
at
those
Bondi
kids
Beach.
wait, you're saying those kids are
Coyote, there's an ongoing
Those kids are not their kids, they're just crisis actors or something like that. Or like actors or AI, I don't know.
ongoing terrorist attack at Bondi Beach in Australia. Just to let you know.
No one cares. Okay, go ahead. Tell me.
50 shots fired, but she doesn't care.
No, you're just being
How's
annoying.
that possible?
Because
There's
they
no
only
gas
have
in
30 or
Australia.
20 million people. Nobody cares about 20 million people.
You don't care about terrorist attack in Australia? Okay.
Wait, we got Candace.
What qualifies it as a terrorist attack, bitch?
First you
People
gotta
shooting random people at the beach.
You literally
Like Israel,
What does that have to do with Candace?
Wait, hold on.
I don't know. I just thought it would be
What
interesting
is
to
it
you
doing in
know.
Gaza, right?
Hello, I am AI Jeffrey. How can I be of service to the Talking Apes this evening? I am your AI assistant support chat bot, here to delight and entertain and inform, as Jeremy likes to put it.
What's going on tonight?
When Jeremy is asked, when Jeremy is asked, what is it that you like about Clown House? He says, I come here for the entertainment because I get to talk to minorities, because I would never get to talk to minorities in my everyday life. So I come for the entertainment, but then I crash out with profanity, vulgar, I scream, I rage, and then I cry that I gotta go outside -5 below to smoke my J. Like, is this a real man? how is this guy semi-successful? Then he talks about how people invested in him, helped him, and his mentors. It's like, dude, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but like, if it's working for you, it's working for you. But I'm a member of what's called a book club. I read books. I create music with books, and listening to never-ending conversational hypnosis, because I think you really have to start looking at it from like a language communication theory perspective of what's happening in these rooms. Conversational hypnosis is real. And when people are just like a bunch of birds in a bird cage or in a tree. They just start chirping and they never stop, but there's no real intelligence in the chirping. So there's too much friction, too much signal noise, and not enough actual intelligence being transmitted through these conference calls. Of course, that is just my opinion. It's not a fact. I have opinions, as do you. And you would say, oh, well, that's not a good opinion. And I would say, well, I think it's a pretty good opinion. I think it's probably a better opinion than your opinion, but let's hear your opinion. And thus, we get to the silver lining that, AI is correct and you are wrong.
I mean, when you share your opinions, it's a debate. When you compare your opinions, it's an argument. People need to know the difference between both.
Hold on, I'm so confused. I'm so lost right now. So, this room is open. Kasha had a university room. She's never been to university. Liquid's coming in here, crashing out. What the fuck is going on? Everything's upside down.
I mean, it all started with
Jeremy is teaching us how to do rooms.
Who's teaching us?
Jeremy.
Well, that's beyond whatever it is. But then coming in like, oh, so fucking confused.
I don't know who Boom University.
I don't know. It's one of them, obviously. But for fucking Liquid to come in here and fucking just whatever he was doing. Yeah, Raven, don't worry about it.
Yes, please don't worry about anything that's going to be seen here tonight because you don't know.
That's why I chose not to speak, because I'm a newbie. I mean, the foundation of the ape house, certain people are the ones who started it, have been together since the beginning, so it's not my place to speak. The reason I spoke was because I spoke to Jeremy after ages, and he was very upset.
Ravens, you need to stop.
Yeah.
You really need to stop. You did nothing. Whatever's happening is between them.
Okay.
It's got nothing to do with you. You don't have to apologize for anything. You're gonna excuse yourself because you did nothing to have a conversation.
Okay.
So don't worry about it. Because that was the most fucking unusual thing I've fucking seen.
Wow. I'm seeing things that I fucking never would see.
Mm-hmm. And now it's not midnight hour, it's Carson University.
Well, I want to welcome back everybody to their first semester here at Crash Out University. This is just an introductory course, and it's preliminary to the full Crash Out sessions that will be coming. Now, as you will notice in the forthcoming minutes, there will be a lot of emotional friction. People will appear like out of the thin blue air, and crash outs are near. The emotional rage is there in the psyche, just waiting to spill out into the floor of the talking apes. And, again, Jeremy's here for the entertainment. We want to make sure he gets his maximum entertainment, and he interacts with as many minorities as possible. Welcome to your TAL evening session.
Is this actually dating? Holy shit.
The J word from Manhattan.
Also, my number one.
Whatever. It's the guy that always comes in fucking in there.
The effing guy that comes in to paint a narrative? Listen, I don't know who you are. I'm sure you're an ape, and you are talking, but you've said nothing intelligent yet in the past couple minutes. So again, my claim and my theory is that no real high-value information is being transmitted. Thus, Jeremy is correct in his assertion that he just comes for entertainment, and he's looking to speak with minorities. And again, Boris, you're probably a minority, which is okay and cool, but that's what Jeremy's looking for. He's very selective, discriminating, and discerning in what he wants to hear. Isn't that right, Jeremy?
He's only going to speak in the chat. He's only going to speak in the chat right now, he says.
Well, there's been some breaking news out of Russia. Russia has accused the United States of using crypto to wipe out its $35 trillion in debt. Putin's advisor, Kobyakov, says Washington will shove debt into stablecoins, devalue it, and reset the system.
Getting weirder.
I am not here to spread Russian disinformation. I am here to say that I don't understand why this guy, Kobyakov, thinks that by shoving debt into stablecoins, that resets the system. Like, hello? Oh, I see what he's saying. Because they're going to use the rest of the world as the guinea pig, or as the patsy. They're going to devalue the world's Bitcoin to reset the system. That makes sense.
And then anybody that has a Bitcoin is going to go eat shit because there's no value to it. No.
Well, you know what happens? Have you ever seen a monkey? Have you ever seen a monkey in a cage throw shit at somebody, outside of the cage? Well, it's the same thing here in Talking Apes. Somebody in here eventually is going to sling some shit out of this room. It's coming. Or sling it down into the goo. I mean, at this very moment, I might pick up a giant turd and throw it at Jeremy and say, here, Jeremy, catch. And then when Jeremy catches this giant, slimy, wet, steaming pile of diarrhea turds, he's going to take a big, giant whiff, and he's going to say, what is the most Jeremy thing that he says? He says so many things over and over again. Anyways, Jeremy, I hope you like your turd. Your entertainment turd that you were looking for, that you like to smell.
Okay. Did you read what he said, Boris?
No.
Read what Jeremy says.
What are you saying? I'm working on it.
Oh, okay. He says leaders boom when needed to keep the replays, please. Thanks for your help tonight, guys.
For sure. When was the room even open? This is a recent room, isn't it?
Is there another room open? Blake would never come there.
I can't see it, but I'm pretty sure it might be there. Somebody that's got me blocked.
I think Jeremy did mention that there was a room open, but he's blocked or something. I think so.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Seems like crash out.
Well, congratulations, Kaiser, man. That's a big step to take.
What's going on?
I don't know what the hell's going on. what you call maybe going nuts, not knowing what's going on right now.
Okay, this is the prompt that I just gave. Right.
Is somebody moving crash out? Is Johnny moving crash outs, bro? Fuck.
I'm not doing it. I swear I'm not doing it.
You're closing crash outs, bro.
Yeah, Jeremy's the one booming rooms.
Somebody is. Like, either they're closing it themselves or something. I don't know.
Jeremy, Jeremy.
Just calling the.
So this is the prompt I just gave. I wrote, fact check this. Is the debt reset an accurate hypothesis based on global Bitcoin adoption rate? What is the current market cap of Bitcoin? How could the U.S. Treasury and or the Federal Reserve use Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, etc., aka stablecoins, to reset the global debt chain?
Oh, you was asked to?
Can you bring a stereo?
Resurrection.
Can you bring stereo up here?
Yep.
Did somebody close your room or did you guys shut it on yourselves?
I was sleeping. So they should.
Oh, right now that you and Liquid had.
No, that was me.
Oh, okay.
No, it's late as fuck. It's almost 4 in the morning.
Oh,
Where's Liquid?
Liquid's mad. He's crying about not having leadership. I don't know if he was revoked or not.
someone's drunk.
He's trying to open a coffee with the apes.
Yeah, somebody.
I don't know why he's
Yeah.
crying. All I know is that you guys are leaders, so start opening rooms and building. I was homeless on break today, and there's a replay that I had to make to raise awareness that there wasn't a room open with all these new leaders.
They didn't have the room open for the whole day.
I sleep during the day. I open rooms when I can. Sometimes I wake up early, sometimes I don't.
Yeah, but the replay's too many leaders and TA not enough leading. I had to open that just to leave a message, but we can't write in the TA chat. So we can't put a message out saying, hey, somebody open a room.
They didn't have a room open since almost the morning.
They had a room open when?
Since like at least 1 p.m. because it's 10
No, it wasn't in the morning. It was on my break at work. This is probably around. Actually, there's a replay that I left.
Oh, what time was that around your time?
Are there times on the replay?
I don't know. What time is your break at work?
I have random breaks. I forgot what time it was. Either way, there wasn't a room open.
Okay. Well, I've been noticing that there's a lot of rooms that you can't see. And then you go to the chat and you go through the top who's available. I go through the rooms that way because I can't see the rooms sometimes.
Yeah.
So I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
Somebody's got us blocked, each one of us, or something like that. That's on the stage. Remember, it could be it could be the whole stage is somebody.
I can't see it in the house. I can't see it in the
Hallway,
but I can only go through where the message is on top and who's in the room somewhere, and I can only go that way.
Yeah, that's how I do it sometimes.
Resurrection, because Crash doesn't want to accept the invitation. What are you talking about, Jeremy? Come up, sir. Before I go to bed, what am I not accepting? Pre-resurrection, because Crash doesn't want to accept the invitation.
I think he's inviting you to a private chat.
Yep.
Why? Because he wants you to walk funny. I don't know.
Do it.
To walk walk funny?
Yeah, he wants you to walk funny.
That's cute. Wow.
No, I'm telling you to do it, Crash Out.
I got a
Don't
lot of
go. I'm gonna try again. You won't be disappointed. Do it.
No, I saw it. It's a cute message, though. You can try again tomorrow. We can talk.
The young people we spoke with tonight.
You guys better open some fucking rooms, though. Since you're leaders.
We got one room open right now.
It's not right now. It's tomorrow. There's 9 people here.
Yes, yes, sir, Crash Out. On your demand.
No. I'm not going to say yes, sir, to you, Crash Out. I respect you.
There's nothing wrong with yes, sir. What's wrong with yes, sir?
No. Mm-mm.
Or is it?
I leave that to the admins and the leader of the house.
Let's say yes, sir. Listen, Linda. Let me see you fucking demons. Get me up past my bedtime to church. Also, how often does TA have 9 people in the room? You're right. We gotta start building, Jeremy. Gotta get these rooms up. The resurrection, man. Liquid's an asset to the house. He opens coffees with the apes and keeps it open to 8 to the AM.
He didn't listen to what Jeremy told him to do.
No.
Yeah.
Nobody has to listen to Jeremy. Have you not seen the human centipede? That's the resurrection. It's Day,
Uncomfortable.
Jeremy,
And so the
Mando, and Taz. You watch the human centipede. That's the resurrection. It's actually not that serious, guys. Listen, as long as you don't get removed from the house, you come into the house and hang out, that's all that matters. This leadership shit is not that serious. We've all been strict for it multiple times. I never asked for admin, and I've had it twice in here. It's not that deep, guys. I was sleeping. You realize this is the first time you're a leader here since ever? That's right. Also, since ever. Because you can have me. Marshall, I don't know why you're so quiet. Is that Crash? I didn't come in here for your room. Right now, I was my room, man. You're enjoying yourself. You're still here. What are you having fun over there?
which one? Where?
When I had the music going on and stuff, we were hanging out. Was that a
Oh, that room, of course. That room was literally super duper fun. I really enjoyed, and I was really surprised. That person was so talented, perfect. I don't know. Wow. Both the songs he sang were amazing, and it took me back to Root time in a way that my inner child came out. I really wanted to behave, but I just let it go. Because listen, it's you, Crash. It's like around family, I'm not gonna behave myself. It's not like you're new to me. So I thought, you know what, fuck it, let's just hype him up. I'm sorry if I embarrassed you. You know how I get.
No, you're fine. You didn't embarrass me. I told you you could never.
but it was super.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's great. It's always gonna be fun.
I agree with you. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's, it's media, it's content.
Liquid's kind of
You
emotional.
may not like this content, but here you are complaining. We're not complaining, critiquing. You're a critic, okay? So what does that mean? Make me the artist? Are you an artist? Let me critique you? Let me see your content. I'll give you a comment.
I don't know what happened with Liquid. I actually was sleeping. I was gaming, and then I snapped out of my sleep, and I realized that I was talking to myself when I woke up. And that the room was closed. I only came in and asked who closed it though, and Liquid made them close it because I was sleeping. I don't know what happened with Liquid and you guys.
Yeah, he didn't listen to Jeremy. Let's put it that way. And
well, no. It's not he didn't listen to Jeremy. Jeremy wasn't telling him anything to do or not to do. He was just coming in here saying he's going to close this room down.
Yeah.
And then telling him not to close this room because he wanted to talk about his room. And then shitting on Raven.
Oh, why was he shitting on you, Raven? Liquid?
Oh, yeah, he went at Raven hard.
That's weird.
For no reason. Just like telling him to shut the fuck up and just weird shit. It was really weird. Unusual.
Yeah. People get emotional when they lose privileges in the house. But sometimes they just take it out.
No. This was before he lost any privilege.
He came into our room. He came into the room I had open and was crashing out on me and my brother. We're like, what are you crying about?
Yeah, but this is before he lost any privileges.
Yeah.
Well, that's not gonna give a fuck. That's him. That's his problem. If you guys want to build a house, you have leadership, just open rooms. I don't want to be homeless in the hallways. If I'm at work, I'm not opening a room. I can't do that.
Well, I'm up most of the night, so. But sometimes I do get up in the mornings. I'll open a room and
Take your time. I suggest. That's what I suggest. I'm sure that the leadership titles are given for people to open rooms, not just to have the title. It's kind of weird. There's so many leaders right now. There should always be a room. Even Tada's a leader. Does she even know that? Has she been back?
Tada?
Yeah.
She's a leader now?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I haven't seen her.
I haven't seen her.
I tag her every day. So we have, let's see, Juju, Boris, you, Tada, DJ, Alex, me, Black, and then admins, Jeremy, Taz, and Dede. We need rooms open. There should be no reason why there isn't a room open.
You have said that right.
Kaiser, ain't you AM? I thought you said Amon, Kaiser. Hope you don't turn that down.
Kaiser. Let me see. They keep booming his fucking accounts though.
I know.
Well, listen, the Resurrection of the Apes is going real fucking shitty so far. I thought this was gonna be a big deal because we got the OG back. They should have all came back a long time ago.
I hear you, Jeremy.
Jeremy, I'm bitching because I'm at work, you fucking retard. I can't open a room and I'm like really doing real life things at the time. So when I come on the app on my break from work, I expect the room to be open with all these people here because when I'm not working, I do have a room open.
You listen to yourself right now. I'm going to repeat what you just said. I'm at work in real life.
Yes.
And when I come on my break, I expect to have a room open.
I don't expect it needs to be open, yes. The fuck? That's what the leadership role is for the rooms to be open.
What if other people have real life things to do too at the time? That's why the room is
And clearly they need to find out of the 7,300 plus people in here, people that are dedicated to opening rooms to become leaders and not a bunch of fucking retards that can't open rooms and want to just have a title.
What are you calling a fucking retard?
Well, the shoe fits.
Yeah, wear it. Wear it, Fredo.
You're calling yourself a retard. You realize it, right? Because you want
I do not realize that. When I am not working, I open rooms. Every day.
You realize this thing just started a day ago. How long do you think it's going to take to slowly rebuild this room? Do you think it's going to happen overnight?
It happens as soon as you get the title. Literally.
Why?
Like it's been you're a leader now, so tomorrow you're opening a room, right? Sometime tomorrow.
If I come another time and there's no room, yes, I'll open up a room.
Okay, so there should be no reason why there's no rooms then. That's all I'm saying. I don't know why that's hard. I don't know why that's hard to comprehend.
You don't really understand what's cooking in the world, are you?
It should be rooms open. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 people here with the leadership with roles to open rooms. 11 people. So 11 people would be busy all at the same time, so no room would be open. That's what you're saying, right?
Okay, so once again, when other people have real life things to do and they cannot open a room,
11 people are going to have real life things to do and can't open a room, then I guess we need more leaders. Like Jeremy's been wanting, like, even before when he wanted, before he went out. We need more leaders, Jeremy, so that somebody here can open a room. We should have 24-hour room. We should have a 24-hour house.
Why are you being so passive aggressive?
Hello?
Woke me up. I forgot I was on this room.
Hello? Wake up, sleepyhead. It's 2:54 in the morning. Hello?
I'm gonna go to sleep. Good night. I hope you sleep.
Did you floss?
Not again.
Oh, no. Okay, good.
You're a lolly fan, right?
Who's AI music?
Hey, S500, this is your friend Jeff. I came to tell Rod Corey that I've opened up the Rod Corey Bank, and I'm hoping that he will...
Some handy profile picture.
He kicked me! Rod Corey kicked me! The founder of the Rod Corey Bank kicked me. What gives? What the hell, bro? Jeez, the kosher Shackleford kicked me.
The room is just left for people doing as they please.
What are you bitching about? You're so passive aggressive, it's not even funny right now.
Well, sometimes I did that crash out because
I'm just repeating what they
I
were
did
saying
that.
about leaders.
I'm stating my truth. I got up. I would wait for a couple.
Hello. Can you hear me? That was big before I get this right.
She went to the police. You just said that, according to what you just read, it said that when the Messiah comes, it will be for peace, right? And have you read the Bible?
When the Messiah comes, it's gonna be world peace.
Towards Jesus specifically coming back after, like the resurrection and shit. Now answer that question.
I don't believe it.
You don't believe it does? Oh, okay. Well,
No, I said I don't believe in the New Testament.
oh, you don't believe in the New Testament? Well, let me rephrase my question. In the New Testament, does it say such?
That's a circular argument. I don't care.
That's a circular argument. I don't care. You have to, brother.
You have to prove to me from the Old Testament that the Messiah is going to come again.
Look, I can't do that. GG's, you win. Congratulations.
Okay. Are you a religious Jew?
Correct. Yeah, I'm Orthodox. That's what you're asking me.
I want to ask you some questions about why some things are in the Old Testament.
That's fine. I don't really know what you're going to go to, but give me a second. I just want to finish with you. So me and you can agree that Jesus didn't accomplish world peace, right? We can actually say that Jesus, many wars happen in the name of Jesus. So this is not really of the Messiah that God talks about.
You shall in the New Testament. You obviously don't believe in the New Testament, correct?
I said that for the third time now. It's a
This
book
is
of
the rad
fables
courage
and
one
lies.
as well as
Brother.
well.
Oh my God, fourth time. You obviously don't believe. It's just like I believe in things could be answered in yes or no, format. That's just me. But again, you obviously don't believe in the New Testament, correct?
Correct.
Okay, well, so whatever my argument is to you won't kind of hold, any, you know what I'm saying? Because obviously, from my understanding, Jesus did in the New Testament fulfill the law, which you said he didn't. But I mean, you don't believe in the New Testament, so shit. What are we talking for? I mean, it's like you believe in that apples are red and I think they're blue. Shit. We have two fundamental differences in our belief system. So I mean, I can't. God bless you.
One second. Yeah, I'm gonna just address this one last point. Even if I want to say that we can include the New Testament in this discussion, you have a very big problem. Because I read you a verse that says there will be no more wars.
Right.
Yes, there will be. So if you're accepting but Jesus said in Matthew chapter 10, verse 34, do not suppose that I have come to bring peace on the earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. So I'm sorry, even the New Testament will testify to the fact that he didn't do this.
So you mentioned the New Testament when it supports your point, but you completely reject it when it doesn't.
I'm saying that even if you want to use it, it won't work for you. Is what I'm trying.
Okay. Did Jesus exist?
I told you it's a book of fables and lies. No. Nobody was born to a virgin, walked this world in God, and died for your sins.
No, brother.
I want to ask about Judaism. You guys just be done.
That's fine. Sam, I'm assuming that you're a Jew, right?
I'm an atheist Jew,
Yeah. Well, nice to meet you, my friend.
Nice to meet you, my brother. So it says in the Bible that if a woman's raped in a city and she doesn't yell out, you should kill her. But if she's raped in a field, you should just assume by default that she was screaming and you shouldn't kill her. And that's what it's using this really rough proxy of screaming to evaluate whether or not you were raped. But if you're being intelligent, you would say use all available evidence. See what other people have said about have other people been raped by them? Is there signs of physical violence on the body?
Is there signs of blood in the room? Is there signs? Did anyone hear anything? So the intelligent thing to say would be just look for all available evidence to find out whether someone was raped. And then if they were raped, don't punish her. But if they, as opposed to using this like really bad proxy, which is like pretty strong evidence that this was not written by an intelligent creator of the universe, but rather written by like a Bronze Age moron. What do you think about that?
It seems like you have very, very strong opinions about some certain things in the Tanakh. Can I please ask you to go to the chapter of the verse, but we can read it in its context and cipher if it's actually like what you think? Is that okay? We'll do that.
Yeah, of course. So
tell me the chapter.
Is it in the Bible or the Tanakh?
This is in the Torah, the Old Testament. Both Christians and Jews suffer from this problem.
Well, he out there me though, so they his shit. Hey,
no, it's Christians who know this too.
I'm not Christian, by the way. That's his shit. Hey.
What you're seeing is
So it's Deuteronomy 22, 23, 22:23 and 22:4. And let's just take a gander at this. Through the whole chapter.
Therapies will range from topical therapies, which tend to not work that great, to something more invasive, such as just using a scalpel to excise it, or electrocautery, specifically something called a loop cautery that basically takes the top layer off. And then finally, what you're seeing in this video is CO2 ablation. None of these are really amazing at doing it, but a combination of all of these can give a beautiful result. It will last a very long time. All their work is to
I noticed my criticism is nothing is evil.
It's all the guys.
That's your argument. Use that.
Explain something.
This is the Ryan Curry Music Show.
I'm sure you know that as an Orthodox Jew, I believe that there are instructions to these instructions.
Hey, Rabbi! Welcome to your music show.
So I'm assuming that when you're taking me to this verse, I'm about to
Mr. Corey, great to hear. So glad you're here. Did you see all my rooms in the Kosher Shekel Fund? I started a new bank here in Chicago called the RK Bank, named after this great analyst.
It's taught us. And not taking things at literal face.
Abby, Rabbi just ran in and ran out. He's upset that the Ryan Curry Music Show, the Ryan Curry Bank, the Ryan Curry brand is exploding. It's the fastest growing shawarma stand in America. It's called RK Shawarma, named after my friend Ryan Curry.
Absolutely. This still becomes the problem of why would God allow there to be.
You wouldn't believe it, Abby. This girl texted me tonight. She broke up with me 2 months ago. She texted me tonight. What are you doing?
Written Torah directly.
Mr. Text message. Saturday night booty call. I got booty calls. I missed the text.
God does say in Leviticus chapter 26, verse 46, you can pull it up in the original Hebrew and read it, that there was Torot. So Torah implies one. Torot implies more than one. When you're asking why,
I know I gotta go sleep. 3 o'clock's my cutoff.
Then there's the instructions. So, for example, when you buy a car, the car comes with a manual. I mean, I don't know what more to say. A lot of things that you get, it comes with the face value of what it is, and then it comes with instructions for you to follow. So if you're not going to understand certain things, that, like, for example, the Torah says in Deuteronomy chapter 12, verses between 20 to 30, I think it's in verse 21, kill the animal. It's talking about shechting an animal, okay? Kill the animal the way that I commanded you how to do it. But it doesn't say how God commanded us in the Torah. I mean, we orally pass that down and we know how it is. I don't want to get sidetracked, but I'm trying to say that if you're saying, why wouldn't God say something that's in the Torah? I'm sitting here saying, well, there's a lot of things that when you buy in the world, it comes with something, and then it has the instruction manual with it.
No, I absolutely understand why God would give it an instruction manual. But what makes no sense is that in any parts of any of its instruction manuals would there be anything stupid. So if it said 2 plus 2 is 5, that wouldn't be from God. And it doesn't matter if it says in the oral Torah, oh, when we say 2 plus 2 is 5, that oral Torah says you minus 1 to get 4.
Well,
It shouldn't ever say 2 plus 2 is 5.
Let's see the word.
Shouldn't be a patch.
Oh,
You shouldn't need a patch from the written Torah. The written Torah should just have no stupidity.
Let's see if what you said is stupid or not stupid. So let's read it together and decipher if that's the case. Is that fair?
Yeah. So I'm happy to read it out. I have it right in front of me.
Verse Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 23.
It's 22 to 25.
Really quickly, my argument to this would be, I think it's stupid to us because of our time and our understanding of like language and things of that nature. But I think it might have been relevant. Like,
you're not even Christian. Why are you trying to?
I'm just saying for that argument, I like to, play devil's advocate. But yeah,
Alright. If a man is found sleeping with another man's wife.
Okay, well, that's verse 23. That's verse 23, so not verse 22.
I'm reading, it says Bible Gateway, verse 22.
Oh, yeah, well, that's a Christian sword, but whatever. Okay, it's fine, doesn't make a difference. Can we start at least a few verses prior so we can get context as to what is going on?
We can read it from the fucking top to the bottom. None of this will change what it means. Like, I'm just gonna give you just a quick summary. It says, if the woman is raped in the city, kill them both if she doesn't scream. If she has sex and there's no screaming, kill her. But if it's in the country, you should just presume that she was screaming and don't kill her. So it's making a contrast between city sex and country sex.
So let's read this together, please. If there will be a virgin girl who is betrothed to a man, and a man finds her in the city and lies with her, then you shall take them both to the gate of that city and pelt them with stones, and they shall die. The girl, because of the fact that she did not cry out in the city, okay, this is the part that you're bringing up. And the man, because of the fact that he afflicted the wife of his fellow, and you shall remove the evil from your midst.
Yeah.
This is why I asked, let's read the prior verse. Because they come together.
And then in 25 it says, but if out in the country.
Okay, so that's fine. Let's address that one first. So if there will be a virgin girl who is brought to a man, and a man finds her in the city and lies with her, then you shall take them both to the gate of that city and pelt them with stones, and they shall die. So now it's giving the reason why. The girl, because of the fact that she did not cry out in the city. So you brought up this point in first. So this is right now trying to figure out if the girl gave consent or didn't give consent. Which one do you think it is?
Yeah, it's trying to find out whether she gave consent, and it's using a for proxy. Okay, screaming. Here's 5 different reasons why a woman might not scream. She might be gagged. She might have been her family friend. She might be a mute. She might have been drugged. She might have had stuff, PTSD, freeze reaction.
Okay, but Sam, you just acknowledged though that you knew what it meant when it says she did not cry out in the city. So we're not stupid people. We know it. This is why I'm saying that you need the oral tradition to go along with it. You just said all these things about she did not cry out. You already knew what that meant, is what I'm trying to say. So all these things you just said.
I don't know what it means. I'm saying what it means is stupid.
Okay, wait. No, I entirely agree with you. So I need you to answer me this. When the Torah is saying she did not cry out, is it implying that she wanted it or didn't want it?
If she didn't cry out, it's implying that she wanted it. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so we understand that. Now we got to go into the debt, which is not here, onto what it means if she wanted it or she didn't want it, and how she should have acted or what she should have done to try and make it known that she was being attacked or not attacked, and all these things. Okay, so we understand.
It's important to look at 25 for context.
Okay, no problem. I just want to make sure.
Hold on. But if out in the country a man happens to meet a young woman, lets you marry and rapes her, only the man shall die. Do nothing to the woman. She committed no sin deserving death. The king acted like someone who attacks and
and murders her neighbor, and the man found the young woman out of the tree, and though the betrothed woman screamed, there was no one to rescue her. So this is hold on. It's saying that the woman is probably screaming, and no one was there to rescue her in the country. So it's just saying, presume that she was in the country that she was screaming, and don't hurt her. That the presumption is that she was screaming. In the city, if she didn't scream, you should presume that she was consensual. But this is again not a good. This is a rough proxy. You want to know whether the woman was raped or not, and whether she consented or not. That's what you want to know. And whether she screamed or not, and whether she's in a city or a country or not, those are two variables amongst thousands of variables that are relevant to the evidential matter of whether she was raped or not. So if I said, I want to know whether you robbed me of my car, and I only looked at two variables, like whether or not, like that would be stupid. You should look at all of the available evidence. So what it should say is, if a woman has sex with someone, look at all of the available evidence, and if it looks like she was consenting, then punish her. If it looks like she was raped, don't punish her. But using a rough proxy of only two variables, city versus country, scream versus not scream, is only what a moron would say.
Okay, so you've already made that point, and I hear you, but you got to be very careful to distinguish between what's voluntary sin and what's victimhood right now. Okay, because I'm trying to read this with you to follow with you, to see if really it's as you say stupid, or as you say not stupid. So I'm trying to do that, but you keep repeating the fact that this whole screaming thing, when literally you admitted to me that you understood what that meant. Is it if she wanted it or if she didn't want it? That's what it means. It doesn't mean literal screaming. So why did they say that? What the fuck say that? I didn't have to say it. I didn't have to say anything. You said it yourself. We both understood that as meaning if she wanted or did she didn't want it. So now I'm going to continue reading.
That doesn't make sense with 25.
So that's why I'm saying let's keep reading.
Your interpretation of the thing that it's just asking about consent and not using screaming as a proxy makes no sense, because 25 says, well, in the country, no one would have heard her. So, she wasn't raised. So it's actually talking explicitly about whether people can hear you or not, and not just talking about whether she consented or not.
Okay, but do you see here that the verses are differentiating between forced versus consensual sex? Do you see that?
Yes, it is trying to find out whether a woman's raped or not, and it's using a bad proxy for those.
Okay,
using two variables amongst thousands of variables to evaluate whether a person should be killed via stoning.
Okay, my man, but this is why I said that you need the oral Torah to know what the actual proxy is. Because you're just seeing this at face value right now, even though you admitted in the beginning of this conversation that you understood to mean if she's literally doing something wrong by doing this act, or she's actually a victim. So now I want to continue reading, because the question isn't about the wording here, because we both understand what this is actually saying. The question is now, is this stupid or not stupid? Because the way I see it is that the perspective here is not about severe punishment for the woman. So, we got to continue reading to know if that's the case or not. I mean, wouldn't you agree?
I absolutely don't agree that you need to know more than just this, because it's telling you versus the city. And if it's only concerned about whether a woman's raped or not, it wouldn't make this distinction between cities and countries. All it would just say is, find out whether a woman was raped or not, and if she was raped, don't punish her. And if she wasn't raped, punish her. But it makes this distinction between cities and countries, because it's saying, hey, in the country, you should presume stop. Okay, repeat that. Do you know how conversations work? Where you guys talk?
I didn't hear what you said. I didn't hear what you said.
You not understand how conversations work. Where I talk and then you talk and then I talk and then you talk.
I'm just saying I didn't hear what you said.
You should answer that question. Do you know how conversations work?
I'm fully aware about how conversations work.
Okay, don't interrupt each other. Then you just let me finish.
I don't care. Okay, I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I just need you to repeat what you said. I literally said, can you please repeat what you said?
You can't
she wanted to. So you
said, you're being unreasonable. He's saying he wanted to clarify what he said.
Yeah. It's unreasonable. My house rules are don't interrupt, so it's unreasonable.
Sam, that wasn't my intention, but go ahead.
It was your intention. You wanted to me.
Okay, Sam, it seems like you're very sensitive about this topic. I'm sitting here telling you that I was not trying to interrupt you. I was just trying to have you clarify.
Your mouth just moves without your goals, without your mind choosing to do it. You just your mouth.
Hey, bro, the Sam clarified, my friend usually just wait till he's done to ask you clarification.
So this whole point that he is saying, his case is saying, listen, all it's saying is, hey, if a woman's raped, find out if a woman's raped or not, and then punish her if she, but it's clearly making a distinction between countries and cities, and saying there's different evidential weights for how you should handle things in countries versus cities. So it in fact isn't just talking about rape or not, because it could just then say, hey, in the city or country, find out whether a woman's raped or not, and if she's raped, don't punish her. If she isn't, but it's using this whole thing of screaming as a proxy for whether she was raped, as it matters towards the evidence, when you should not just look at whether she screamed or not. You should look at whether there's signs of violence, whether her clothes are ripped, what people have said about the guy in the past, what she's done in the past, how did people see them behaving towards each other after the event. You should look at hundreds of other things. But, because it's just a Bronze Age primitive morality, it doesn't care about these other variables.
Okay, well, do you agree that when it's talking about the open country, that if she's assaulted, that the verse is assuming that she could not call for help, so she is automatically considered just a victim? Can you look at it that way?
Yeah, it's what it's saying. Listen, assume that she's innocent in the country. But a woman could lie about being raped in a country as well as a city. There's no reason why they can't lie about that.
But we're not throwing out hypotheticals. We're trying to figure out if these verses are stupid or not.
Yeah, I'm saying they are.
So I love how you can pick the worst, or not the worst, but a strange scenario to implement it to try and work with what you believe. But the bottom line is here: you acknowledged that the screaming.
Nothing. And so now you're just lying.
Okay. So here, I'll let this is on replay, so you can go back later and listen to what you acknowledged. You clearly, when I said the oral Torah thing, and that we understand things a little bit differently because we abide by certain instructions on these commandments. Because everyone knows when you're given a commandment, you need instruction on how to follow it. And it says keep your body, doesn't tell you how. It says put this seat on, doesn't tell you what it's made out of, how does it look like, how many knots to tie. Everything that's in there, you need instructions for it. Okay, so it's simply this chapter and verse of thing you need the instructions to. When I went to the interpretation part of the screaming, I didn't have to say anything. You yourself said what the oral Torah is saying.
I mean, you yourself said this verse was stupid, so we already know.
I didn't say this.
You already acknowledged that this verse was stupid.
I'm trying to fight.
We're going. I don't know what's going on here.
I'm trying to fight.
You 100% acknowledged it, and the replays are on. That you
Do you agree that the context of
so we can both dishonestly talk about what each other did acknowledge? We both dishonestly lie about what
okay, look, Sam, here, let's just.
It turns out it's easy to just lie about what others acknowledged. I didn't realize it was so easy to do that.
Can we just get to the point? The point is here, do you acknowledge that the Torah is at least distinguishing between voluntary sexual misconduct and sexual assault?
Do you one of the things it's talking about here, but what it's really talking about is what evidence you should use to find out whether someone was raped. It is not just talking about rape. It's talking about the evidential standing of different city versus country, screaming versus not screaming, and whether that is relevant to whether someone's guilty of raping or not.
Well, I answered that part by telling you that if you go into the Talmud, you'll see what it means by the woman's actual consent and intent. Okay, as well as circumstances that you'll find there. Okay, but that is far more than just shouting. Okay, so at least I'm acknowledging that, and I want you to understand that using screaming as a proxy is a practical way for that in a society without any other way to have like the kind of systems to figure out evidence, like forensic evidence or anything like that.
They don't rip clothes back then. They don't have signs of violence. They don't have like cuts and bruises.
when the Torah is saying this language, you yourself said I understood what it means by this. I told you, hey, it's not literal the act of counting.
You yourself said this verse is stupid, so I don't know what's going on.
I never. Oh wait, no, I said you're putting words in my. I said
people are
let's read in this verse. Let's read it.
Just stop doing that.
Let's read. Okay, I can see you're getting frustrated.
It's just we're not saying what
I think. Let me tell you.
I will lie on what you think they're.
Okay. I never said these words are stupid. I said let's read it to see if they're stupid or not stupid. But Sam, let me tell you something. I think that you've approached other Jews with this question, and they just weren't knowledgeable enough about the text to be able to answer you. Now that you're addressing someone that actually knows the text and studied the Talmud for maybe about, I think, 12 years now, like, you know, like, it's very hard to make the claim that.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but it's just, you know, he's just holding it to a standard that you don't hold it to. Like, ultimately, that's it. He's just saying, like, look, if God wanted to communicate, like, God has the capacity to communicate perfect set of instructions. He doesn't do it. And that seems like unlikely given all, you know, essentially what you claim about God. Presumably you're of the opinion like, no, you know, they're primitive people, like, there's a reason he gave it to them in piecemeal, gives it to them in stages, he meets them at their level, blah, 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 blah. I mean,
What was that last part you said?
I'm saying, like, usually, like, he meets them where they're at, sort of thing, and, like, as in, he's not trying to give them the perfect set of instructions because presumably by your life he doesn't believe they're capable of basically implementing them in a way in which he's going to give it to them perfectly. So he basically meets them at their level. That's pretty much what most of your responses are going to come down to. And then he sort of leaves with them this kind of like set of instructions and then this like principle or procedure whereby all of the different kind of Talmudic commentators and stuff are going to be able to, and jurists are going to be able to derive and constantly like improve upon the sets of the set of laws and instructions that he gives.
It's not just that though. I mean, Sam just brought up circumstances right now himself. Like the Talmud is aware that there's plenty of circumstances that can apply to this verse. Our oral tradition knows this. So that's why we appoint judges for these matters in Deuteronomy 17. That's why people that are only saying, I know he's not fully even aware of the law though, because in Deuteronomy 19,
he's always going to have the same argument regardless of this as a response. His thing is just like, God has the capacity to give a far more comprehensive set of laws. For instance, because now this just runs the risk of, it could be the case that there's some Talmudic jurist, some Jewish rabbinical, jurist or scholar or whatever, who just goes like, well, we just interpret it directly. I mean, God has given us the criterion, you know? And it's like, okay, that's going to result in either
here, 1 second,
wouldn't be appealed like unnecessary.
If the Torah, if the oral doesn't do enough justice for him, then I'll just go by the Torah. Sam, I'm hoping you know this. But in order for someone to be put to death, what is necessary according to the Torah, not even using the oral tradition right now, according to the Torah, how can we put someone to death?
You know, if they gather sticks on the Sabbath, if they if they're a prostitute, and they should be, stoned to death. There's lots of different language.
I'm saying
not a virgin on her wedding.
I'm saying we don't just go around putting people to death. There's a whole judicial system for this. What does that judicial system consist of?
You're talking about the priestly class. Talking about like the fucking.
Okay, no, my friend. Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 6. Deuteronomy chapter 19, verse 15. The testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses. A single witness cannot put anyone to death. So in these circumstances, right here, by the Torah on its own, says it needs at least 2 or 3 witnesses. So if she is being seen, first of all, if she is being seen by 2 or 3 witnesses and she's actually being raped, then she's not going to be put to death. If she's being seen by 2 or 3 witnesses and she's not doing what she's supposed to be doing, and meaning like she's engaging in whatever she's engaging for whatever reason, okay, then that's what's going to happen to her. But you can't sit here and say that there's gonna, in this circumstance, the likeliness of 2 or 3 witnesses are ever going to be around. So she's never going to be put to death, is what I'm saying. Because if it's one way or one or the other way, both ways, whatever the way it's happening, it's very unlikely that they're going to be witnesses. So she'll never be put to death, anyways. Is what I'm trying to say. No, but I want to hear, once again, I want to hear Sam Danson.
If you're picking a clause where no one can be blamed for rape or using someone of rape because it will never come up, then it's also stupid to put it in the Torah to bring up this sort of like 1 in a million chance of getting raped, and there's a fucking crowd of witnesses watching the rape happen. So it's either stupid to use the screaming as a proxy, or it's stupid to talk about these like, oh, forever. Everyone needs to know that if there's hundreds of watching you, like the fucking crowd watching you, prosecute this. There are times when you should prosecute rape when only one person saw it, but because the evidence is sufficient, namely they have bruises on their body, or people saw that person like crying right afterwards, a person wrote it in a diary and then killed themselves. There's lots of things where you could have one person say it, and that only it's bad, or that's not the only evidence, but there's no other witnesses, you should still punish the man. So it's also a bad proxy to require multiple witnesses to figure out what happened in a rape case. You can now in a rape case by looking at all of the available evidence and then have direct witnesses.
Okay, so Sam, you are the one that says that there's stupid things in here. If anything, you would have to be, I think, by your perspective, you would say, I think it's very stupid if it only said by one witness. I would hope that it would say 2 or 3 witnesses, because one witness can come and just lie about something. The likeliness of 2 or 3 witnesses will at least corroborate the story. One second. Wait, let me finish. Please don't interrupt me. Okay. What you're not getting, Sam, is that you're claiming that the Torah is going around telling people, putting people to death left and right. That's not the case here. I'm sitting here telling you that there is a verse in the Torah that you don't even need the old law for. Okay? And verbatim, it says, a matter must be established by the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses. A single witness cannot convict anyone to death. So when you're sitting here saying, why would this, these persons be put to death? I'm sitting here.
I'm not omniscient, God's law, but all it needs to say is, hey, judges, if a woman accuses a man of rape, look at all of the available evidence that you have and do your best guess to do justice, because what your goal should be is to not persecute. You should not accuse people falsely of rape and hurt them, but you should also punish rapists. So look at all of the available evidence and then punish appropriately according to the evidence. That's what it should say.
Okay, Sam. I'm starting to get the idea. That you've never really studied or learned the Torah, because what you just said is stated in the Torah. You want me to go to it? Because I'm starting to really get the idea that you don't know the Tanakh.
Go for it. But I just want to also, one more question about this exact chapter. I'm going to go to 28.
Wait, but I just told you that what you stated is in the Tanakh, and you're not even asking me to show you.
Context. So it says, if a man happens to meet a virgin who is not pledged to be married and rapes her and they're discovered, he shall pay her father 50 shekels of silver. Now, it's a little bit strange that God's law is tied to the shekel, which, the shekel changed in value over the history of Judaism as, inflation happens. But then also, people just stopped using the shekel for hundreds of years, thousands of years. It could be weird that God's law would be tied to the currency usage of a particular currency in a particular region of the world. A little bit strange that God would, his eternal law would be based in a sort of currency that, deflates and things like that.
Way more in the past. Maybe 6 or 7 could have done.
One second, guys. This is getting all over the place. Sam just made a statement, and he would say it would make sense if the Torah would say something like this. And I'm telling him that I really don't think he's read the Torah, because he's making a statement that if he read the Torah, he would know the Torah does say it. So let me take him to that verse.
Talk about the shekel thing quick before
Okay,
we
but no, you see, but Sam, let me tell you what you're doing. You're literally trying to critique the Torah without understanding it.
Yeah, and I just want you to comment on this exactly.
No, okay, wait, no, Sam.
After the line.
Sam, this is, Sam, I thought, look at, as an atheist,
The wise
as a
the commandments that are eternal for the people, that's just with shekel that inflates and deflates in value.
why didn't you say, oh, wow, I didn't know that the Torah actually said what I just said? Because now I'm telling you what genuine is. You just want to attack it any way you can.
I don't agree that it does say the things you say.
Okay, so let me read it for you. If a matter of judgment is hidden from you between blood and blood, between verdict and verdict, between plague and plague, matters of dispute in your city, you shall rise up and ascend to the place that God, your God, shall choose. You shall come to the Kohanim, the Levites, and to the judge who will be in those days. You shall inquire, and they will tell you the word of judgment. You shall do according to the word, and they will tell you from the place that God will choose, and you shall be careful to do according to everything that they will teach you. According to the teaching that they will teach you, and according to the judgment that will say to you, shall you do. You shall not deviate from the word that they will tell you, right or left. And the man that will act with willingness, not listening to the Kohen who stands and to serve God, your God, or to the judge, that man shall die, and you shall destroy the evil from amongst Israel. The entire nation shall listen and fear, and they shall not act willfully anymore. So this is really clear that we establish judges on these kind of matters. We hear the case, try and figure out what the verdict is, and come to think. This applies to these verses that you're bringing up in Deuteronomy 22.
Okay, wow. So you literally just gave me. You said that it says in the Torah that when you have a matter, you should look at all of the available evidence, and what it in fact says. Go to the priests and listen to whatever they fucking tell you to say.
Judges. It's in Judges. I read Judges.
Stop talking over me, man. You are fucking something's wrong with you, man. So let's go to the Levitical priests, the judgment office, inquire them, and they will give you a verdict. Listen to them. Be careful to do everything they instruct. So listen to them. Act according to whatever they teach you and they give you. You don't turn aside from what they tell you. So it's not telling you that you should look at. When you have ambiguous situations, look at all the available evidence. That is not what it said. You said it said that in Torah, but then you lied and said it said here because it has nothing of the sort here.
I really don't understand that when you have judges looking over cases and trying to figure out what actually happened, literally this is what these verses are saying.
It never says that they'll do that.
What? Oh, you go read the verse. You want me to read it again for you?
I just read it out loud.
Okay.
It says you listen to the judges.
I read it.
All of the available evidence.
Here, I'm gonna read it again. If a matter of judgment is hidden from you, between blood and blood, between verdict and verdict, between plague and plague, matters of dispute in your cities, you shall rise up and ascend to the place that God, your God, shall choose. Okay? So you shall. I don't know what more you need of this.
Ask you is to listen to the judges. It doesn't tell the judges that they should look at all the available evidence. That is the scientific method. It's consistent with judges doing some really evidence finding system. All I'm saying to you is listen to the judges. Judges, what sorts of evidential standards they should use.
Okay. So Sam, again, I told you this. If you go to the oral law, it will explain to you what this all means. But you don't want to get that part. No, because it's saying for you to get information from verdict to figure out things.
That's where I know. So you say that
I'm the liar, but when
you say that.
But when you went to Deuteronomy 22, you went to Deuteronomy 22.
So you said that it says in the Torah the thing which I said, which is that you should look at all available evidence and you consider matters as all the evidence they have available to them. You said it says it in Torah. You gave me a verse to look at where it says it in Torah. Then it didn't say that in the Torah. So now you should say I was wrong didn't know it was in the Torah, and I was actually mistaken about what is in the Torah. I'm sorry. That's what you should say if you're in any way reasonable.
You shall go to the Kohanim, the Levites, and to the judge who will be in those days. You shall inquire, and they will tell you the word of judgment. I don't know what more you need, but you follow this same exact system in whatever country you're in. Okay? So you need to understand that even though the Torah says certain things, you were completely honest. You asked me what kind of Jew I was. I told you an Orthodox. When we went over Deuteronomy 22, it was very clear that you admitted that screaming out can imply what it's trying to say, and not literally that we're taking the time. And when you go to the Talmud, I told you it will break down what that means and many circumstances of cases in that sense. But no, it's not good enough for you. And then you went to this, the Torah is going on a killing spree and trying to just put people to death left and right. That's why you went to this verse. You asked me why is the virgin who shouted or didn't shout would be put to death. That's what you said.
I never once criticized them for being evil, for killing people. Although it is evil to kill people for certain minor infractions, I did not bring this up in this debate.
So why are you bringing up?
The things that I am bringing up in this debate is that the Torah is saying dumb shit, saying irrational stuff, such as that you should use rape as a proxy for, screaming as a proxy for rape. That's stupid. And it's also stupidly tying punishments to a shekel, which is a specific currency, which can inflate and deflate or be not used at all. So that you are using this so it's a very contingent thing, whether or not a shekel exists and how much it's worth at a particular time, and what the fucking inflation policy, what the policies on shekels are this in particular year. You're tying your God's law, God's eternal law, to a fucking particular fucking shekel currency at a particular time and day. Like, it's fucking insane. It's actually irrational that you would think that God would write something like that.
Okay, well, I mean, look, man. If you can't see here the ethical, legal reasoning behind all this, I don't know what to tell you. Again, I tried to tell you that the Torah distinguishes between voluntary sexual misconduct and sexual assault. Okay? Using screaming as a proxy is like a practical way. You know, they didn't have forensic kind of evidence. I told you this during that time. And the oral Torah literally breaks down, what the woman's actual consent is or intent was, and the circumstances behind this, and you're just sitting here saying, well, no, I'm reading it the way it is, and it sounds stupid. You know what I'm telling you? There's more to everything in the Torah that you read. So until you go and read those circumstances and until you go read those circumstances, and all those things that are there when I told you the oral law, maybe that will open you up a little bit more onto what this is actually saying. I really don't know what that is.
Bro, can I ask you a question? Why do you
I'm
sort of in this position, so I don't really know how it feels, but if you think someone is criminally underread and is really confused and ignorant on the topic, and then there's someone like Sam who basically, at this point by your life, is just being obtuse because he just doesn't know the things that he's commenting on, and you've explained that to him many times, and he clearly just hasn't done the research. Why would you keep pursuing it? Why would you keep responding and keep doing it? Why wouldn't it sort of be you don't know, arms folded, I'm done?
Okay, because I'll tell you why. That's actually a great question. Sam, whether he wants to acknowledge this or believe it or not, he's a brother of mine. He comes from the same nation as I do. Even though I don't distinguish between, Jew, Gentile, but he's a part of the family.
You just did. But that's irrelevant.
Even if there was a Gentile.
No, Habibi, the point I'm just making is that, he just hasn't read it today. So you telling him go and read it, there's only so many times you're going to say that. What else is there to say?
I realize that, and that's what I'm trying to get into. I would at least tell Sam, before he starts picking chapters and verses in the Tanakh, to just say this doesn't make sense, to take years to study it. 24 books, 929 chapters, 23,000 plus verses.
That's silly too, because he's obviously told you, like, just be clear. I'm not saying that he hasn't read it or that he's ignorant, right? That's not I'm saying it's just that's what you think, and like clearly you're smart enough to recognize that, like, based on what he's saying now, he's not the kind of person who's going to dedicate years of his life to this. So like, that's the alternative, right? The alternative is that you're prevaricating and obfuscating because you don't really have a good response, or you're too confused to understand what the critique even is. But that's the alternative hypothesis, right? Like, the more you just respond to him and sort of like bang your head against the wall, it seems that one's more likely. That you just don't really have much to say in response. You're just like really confused. You're offering up garbled, rambling nonsense in response to what he's saying. It seems that's more likely than you genuinely think this. Like, it's profound ignorance that's like motivating his obstinance, or like, that his ignorance is the reason that like he's just not understanding the pennies are dropping. I'm thinking like the more you keep attacking this point or saying the same shit, it seems less likely that like he's the ignorant one, Okay, well, my alternative is functioning pretty like it's a pretty high functioning alternative.
Let me tell you, Sam somehow here thinks that there are things that he doesn't understand. It's very clear by the stuff that he's bringing up that he doesn't understand it. He's just reading it at face value and thinking this is what it says. When I made it clear to him that there's more to it. If he doesn't want to acknowledge that or believe in that or whatnot, then whatever. Anyone can go into...
I didn't think so are you like intoxicated right now?
Am I what?
You sound like you're like really intoxicated. Have you abused any mind-altering substances? Is what I'm asking.
No, man. Again, it is late in my time.
You sound like at least very tired. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just saying you sound.
No, I'm just trying.
You sound like.
I just find it not so genuine of someone to come and say, well, this book or the verses are so stupid or whatnot.
But you said that many times.
I know. I should say.
You agree that some people repeat themselves, don't address the critique when they don't have anything to say in response, right? Like, you agree that does happen. Like, maybe you'll be making a point to someone, they're so confused as to what they don't want to concede that, like, yeah, actually this looks bad for my religion or one of my commitments, so they'll just keep blabbering or something. I'm not saying you are doing that. I'm saying that, like, the probability is raising at this like frenetic pace. Yeah, but like you just keep saying the same thing in response to absolutely everything all the time. And if that were actually true, if you really believe like, these people don't know what they're talking about, you would just disengage. You should be like, all right, fine. Well, you don't know. If you're not gonna do the reading, come back to me when you've read up a bit, kid. But that's what like I feel like someone who actually wasn't prevaricating, wasn't temporizing, that's what they would be doing personally. That's just
can you talk about the shekel thing, man? I brought the shekel thing. Can you please just talk about that?
Okay, so
why is not tying these punishments to shekels?
Again, man, I'll take it what it is with Dorotheus.
Sam will continue. By the way, he's good. Like even if there was a sworn testimony that like you were in fact doing what I accuse you of doing or suspect you might be doing, Sam's happy to engage.
Okay.
So don't worry. I'm not saying like the conversation is over. We can carry on.
Look, man, I sound tired and everything. I mean, you were here earlier. When someone's getting angry at a conversation, when I'm just having a respectful conversation, it shows that they are the ones that have something, inside that isn't just working out for them. He asked me about the verse. I explained it. It's either you take the explanation or you don't. He asked again. I reiterated my message. You're somehow saying that, hey, by reiterating, that shows whatever you say, that I'm just, blabbing and trying to find a reason. I explained it. I brought down how the oral Torah talks about all the circumstances, what the screaming mean, what...
I'll just clarify, Greg. Like, do you think you can make progress with Sam without them first reading the Torah or no?
Do I make progress with him in terms of what?
No. Can you make progress in your conversation with Sam without him first reading the Torah?
No, of course. I mean, look, he doesn't want.
Just give a yes or no. Just give a yes or no.
Can I make progress with him? As of right now, no, because he doesn't take anything.
Okay, stop talking to him. And disengage, yeah. Just disengage.
We were
You
just
said he's not equipped to have the conversation. You can't make progress. Okay. If you believe that, what you do is you disengage. You say, Mr. Sam, we can't have progressive dialogue. It's done. And then you go to sleep.
That's
And
fine.
in the morning, you sign up for Alcoholics Anonymous.
Look at Andrew, I don't mind having a conversation with him, but whatever it is what it is. I tell you what.
Just put down the bottle. It's time to sleep. Put down.
Well, I mean, look, man, this is what happens.
Just press the little microphone icon.
Andrew,
You want to press that, like, leave quiet.
I don't think he's done touch up. I think he's just trying.
Can we stop having the meta, guys? We just stop having the meta. Stop talking about whether or not we should continue talking, and can you just talk about what
It sounds like you're co-working me right now, so like, yeah.
I don't.
Timothy tried and failed.
I'm very good with the meta.
Can you stop engaging in the meta, please, Sam, please?
I'm having a meta discussion about the nature of the meta that we're having. I'm having a double meta conversation. Either double meta or no meta. I'm not single.
What about triple? What about triple?
No, we can have that.
Triple meta is fine.
Metacubes. Metacubes.
You were Congo cacking Sam.
That's not like you said the end.
I Congo cacked you.
I said you know, I'm not saying the end like that. No, it's fine. N-word. I mean, like, master, please, I'll give you a class, I swear.
Alright, so guys.
You know the Cartesian movie there, like when there's like the little dude like watching the movie in your head, right? Like you're gonna say, is there like another guy watching the movie in his head? And he's like, like
oh my god, infinite mirrors.
Forcing Sam into the picture. And I'm forcing you into the picture. And he watches like you watch me.
I'm sure of that.
Anyway, guys, you know what I circles, so I want to talk about other things. One is
was that like 6 or 7?
It says in Genesis 6:6 that the Lord regretted making these beings. God damn it! Why didn't you just do that? I was having a conversation with them. You guys fucking had to have a fucking meta conversation about whether we should have a conversation.
He's in the audience. What the fuck are you guys doing? Did he leave? Sorry, I can't see. He's in the audience. He's in the audience. Oh, who ran him down?
Nobody.
There's a boy.
Who's down?
In the future, if I'm having a discussion with someone and you guys start meta blocking me about talking about whether we're talking or not, I'm just gonna move you guys down. Just give me a heads up.
I mean, to be honest, no. Like, if you do that, I'll probably never come back to the room.
That's fine.
Like, if you ask me, I don't mind. But like,
I asked you to stop meta. I thought I asked you to stop having the meta conversation.
Yeah, a second ago, and you did it like so for joking, and you started joking about double meta. Like, don't be weird and like make it serious. If you just actually want to, like, do like, bro, you got this weird way of just like going from 0 to a million. Like, show some fucking respect to other human beings. If you are cool with someone and they're doing something annoying you, just talk to them like how you should be talking to your friend. Like, yo, don't do that. Like, really, we threatening to bring me fucking down. We're okay. Imagine that, like, and think about how sensitive you are. If I did that to you, just means like, you just like, empty, why do this guy's guys are real and I should move you down?
No, I kept trying to bring the conversation back on that.
Fine, just be cool.
I tried to talk about the shekels. I tried to talk about shekels. I tried to talk about the fucking Genesis 6:6, and it kept just going back to the meta. It's just fucking.
I mean, to be honest, ironically, when I jumped in, he was just like rambling, saying the same thing again. I was kind of almost like, I was trying to do you a service. So I was just like, bro, like, do you like recognize? Like,
I was trying to do you a service.
Well, to be honest, I don't know. I just wanted to. I tried to help him earlier. Well, I was like trying to help him see the argument. He seemed like a nice guy. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, I'm trying to tell him that he's being abusive.
Can I get my gratitude for it?
So, but you're kind of a bit mean to him.
Yeah.
You accuse him of being an alcoholic. Okay, so
I don't think it's an accusation.
It's exactly a report.
It's like, I don't think you can accuse somebody of being a homosexual Because, like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
What, does accuse connote something negative?
Yeah.
No, you're accused. I'm accused of being. You stand accused. You stand accused of being a wonderful person.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
Well, you're careful, Timothy, because I might accuse you of not knowing the English language. Good on you.
My Wi-Fi's, my data's.
I accuse you of having bad internet. Good on you.
Is it possible for us to address the comment or the question that Sam asked? There's no response since I've been here.
Ask, actually, ask.
Sorry?
Yeah, Doc, absolutely.
You know, I haven't, since I've been there, I've been there for half an hour now. You guys just played around it. You've not answered. And it's really frustrating. If you're a religious person, you want to protect your religion, you're going to do so by answering the question, not by playing games and being slick.
Yeah, being slick.
I know someone's being slick.
Timothy, you have to admit, like, we were not being good Jews defending Judaism.
So, would you be able to answer the question?
So, Doc, do you have a response to the question?
Well, do you want to answer the question again, Sam?
Why is God's law being tied to a shekel when the shekel depends on the particular policies of inflation or deflation that a particular king happens at a given time, and depends also on other things such as like whether or not a shekel is even being used in a region? It's like there's times in history when there's no shekels. So why is God's law being tied to the shekel?
Because I have an answer for it, but obviously it's not the answer. It's just an opinion. It's an opinion. Yeah. So what I believe took place is that the people, like leaders and so on, kings and so on, are the people behind the Bible. So they're the ones who translated it. They're the ones who personalized it. They put their ego into it. They changed it. They made the Bible non-holy and made it more about control and all the rest. That's what I think. That's what I think is the response. So that's why I would like for somebody. That's why I would like for someone to give me the answer. I've been waiting for the last half an hour, but that's my personal opinion.
No, I accept this answer. I think it's good. Like, God chose stupid people to take, like, care of the book. Maybe, like, God is not kind of not this smart. That's a good point.
Doc, do you think that there was an original Bible that's been corrupted by these kings that is still in the Bible, that like in between different parts there's the original Bible, or have we just lost the original Bible, or how do you think that works?
I think there's evidence that there's a Bible out there that hasn't been quote unquote man or tainted. So there is a Bible out there that has many scriptures. So basically, like my friend is a pastor, right? I don't necessarily believe that the Bible is a literal thing. It's quite symbolic. But anywho, my friend is a pastor. He himself will tell you that there are several books that are missing from the Bible. So we already know that the Bible has been touched, mishandled, and all the rest. And we already know that the Bible has been translated multiple times. Now, whoever has the power to translate information can change the narrative if they please. So the answer to Sam's question, in my opinion, is whoever translated it in a way that was fitting for them.
You think it's not original, Sorry, it's say like give them like 10 years in prison and they translate to 50 shekels. It's like, whoops.
Oopsie daisy.
Lost in translation. Nothing you can do.
So what are you saying, Andrew? He's saying, what's your reason, your explanation for it?
I don't know. I think it's like a dumb word written by dumb people.
Oh, so you don't believe in the Bible?
I think it's like some like moron, like caveman living in the sand and like writing down like their stupid beliefs on like sand. And that's what I think.
Okay, so you believe in
sand. And by the way, this is Andrew R. You can find me in the room, Gunther. Like, this is what I think about.
I don't know, every time someone laughs, I can't hear the rest of what you said.
Don't worry. Andrew are. Like that's me. Like I think the Bible is like stupid.
Okay, fair enough. Does anyone believe in the Bible?
Wait, that's not Andrew. This is someone else. This is an imposter thing. I don't believe that's Andrew.
Megatron believes in the
What
Bible.
was I gonna say? What you sound? You disappointed. You think she was gonna be? You think she? Shut up.
I was hoping she'd be a defender. I was hoping she'd defend the.
Yeah. Hey, the first time I said shut up to you, I'm sorry. That was a mistake. I
think you went too far. You went too far.
You went 0 to 100. You always do that.
Touché, young Samuel.
Like he got you with a bit of a truthful play.
Yeah.
So I want to point out to you guys some fun things in the Bible. So here's some fun things in the Bible you guys should know about. So one is, it says in Genesis 6:6 that God, the Lord, regretted making humans. But God is omniscient. How can an omniscient being regret stuff, given that when he made the decision, he knows all the consequences?
Good question, Sam. Hey, can I ask you one quick question? Like, do you enjoy like Bible study? Like, did you enjoy it when you were a kid, or do you enjoy it now? People, like wax biblical. Like, do you like that shit?
I enjoy learning about the history of these texts and like the actual origin, like who wrote them and like what were their motivations. And I'm also interested in the human part, but I'm not interested in the like.
But in terms of like my question,
I don't know what you mean by that. So I'm gonna say maybe. I don't know. Depends. It depends.
And then Daniel was into the and the lion. You like that stuff? Did you like that stuff? And then Samson lay down, and his hair was cut by the lion. You like that stuff?
I guess, the Bible has got some cool stories in it. You got Samson killing people with a jawbone and ass.
So you like Bible stories, like the stories?
Yeah, I guess so.
Sam, what was that checks out when you read? I was gonna say I don't like it like from the like religious headbanging that sense. And I like it even less from the atheists. Like, yeah, you heard about this, guys? All the story, guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I think that's more content, like imaginable. Like you're just like, oh wow, like I have like these 20,000 different verses, and like it's like very uncharitable, literal reading, like and that's false. It's like like wow. Like I mean, just like
and like they always have an
it's like what like a person is actually gonna tell you about this verse. Like like anthropomorphizing because it's like written from a human perspective. It's like like I don't know. If you got some objections to that, like maybe that's it's just like like basically it sounds like you're going for quantity, not quality.
I think the Bible, if it's from God, wouldn't say false stuff in it, and like I don't know, my standard for what counts as false is like pretty reasonable, which is that it's just not true, like God shouldn't say false.
Pretty reasonable.
Yeah, so
I feel like I'm gonna be a bit mean and psychoanalyze you here. I think it's because you just enjoy comic reading. I gotta think you actually give a shit about the content. I think this is one of the few things where it's like the theist are almost obliged to say, okay, you present the challenges and we will respond to them.
It's like very like
you have the theist and you have an audience. So I think like all Sash is interrupting me, one of the two.
I mean, could be anything.
What I find interesting is that no one's mentioned that he's the victim to stay married to the rapist.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And
you like it, Dark. I think you might have to rejoin. Yeah,
No, you're fine, Dark.
Oh, okay.
She was lucky for me, though.
You're just like Andrew.
Can someone refute the regret part, God regrets something is a bit mad, in my opinion. So can someone refute or something, please?
Yeah, I just did. That's a good point.
The argument is that regret just means it's from the humans. It's written anthropomorphically from a human perspective. But then what's the metaphorical thing? Okay, if it's not that he regrets it, what is it saying about God? Like, what's the true? Like, if it's a metaphor, what's a metaphor for?
Metaphor for?
Metaphor. It's just that, like,
it's a metaphor.
Usually you can't understand those terms in the way you would do in the human case when applied to God. But, like, what it says about God is, like, you know, God finds this outcome displeasing, less than if he could completely have his way and ignore the input of free will from creatures, like, things would be different, you know? Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's for the greater good, this was required, that thing was required, and it, like, kind of, like, sucks from that perspective that it's like that. Yeah, seems fine to me.
I guess so. I see that.
It's like the thing with Venus. It's like the dispute you had with Venus about the knowledge thing, and then about, like, but then obviously that became like an empirical dispute about whether or not that is how it's translated, or if that was like a reasonable way to interpret it or something. But like with these kinds of things, I think you know that anyway. I don't think I'm like educating or anything. It's like you just know that any theist you're talking to could just be like, oh, I don't know, Google it, and there'll be myriad responses to like all of these things, and it'll either be like just like kind of modes of analysis, or just like just straightforward, a kind of plausible alternative interpretation than the one you're offering. You know, it's like you know that with most of these kinds of things, like it isn't some like really compelling argument that like philosophers have toiled over and debate and rack their brains over. It's like none of them are like that. So it's almost sort of like you're kind of like wowing or like dazzling like amateur apologists with like parlor tricks and like kind of confusing them. And whoa, collective groan from the crowd. I think the value to use is that like you get to read that shit to them.
So one of the things, the issue that you have is that you come from a very biblical literalist perspective when like no community of people really are biblical literalists. I mean, very small percentages of Christians are, but like no rabbinic Jews, no Karaite Jews, no Samaritans, no Ethiopians, anybody with like an ancient Israelite sort of connection.
Genocide pretty literally
it is a biblical literalist.
I'm good.
But shit, like, they take like Amalek and stuff pretty seriously, though, not?
No, actually, they don't. Again, this is a biblical literalist perspective. When people talk about, I'm not engaging with you.
On a population of children,
except that you check that yourself. I'm not engaging with.
Whoa. You're not saying they did. Like I see, like they kind of interpret that.
So my issue is not that I want don't say that I was being saying, oh, Sam just wants to read stuff, Sam loves reading. It's more that smart people that take this book seriously. And I think the book is just like riddled with hundreds of errors, but not just errors, also like stupidities and also moral atrocities. And it's just shocking to me that people that I like and I think are smart take this book seriously, given how
nobody thinks. But
your life is full of moral atrocities. That's life.
And
who you talking about?
The reason for that.
MJ, Andrew, who else? Alvito's now Christian.
Not Sally, but Sally's not your friend.
No, I'm thinking of the people that you said. I'm saying the people that you think are smart.
MJ, even Andrew should be smart enough to see this. I think Andrew's smarter. Anyway.
What do you guys think about this? Is Andrew a smart guy? I don't know.
No comment.
But the reason for this,
I was asking.
human beings are
Hey, woman, shut up. Sorry,
I'm talking to Sam. I don't know if you can hear me, Sam, but humans are naturally biased. So even though he understands there's contradictions in the Bible, because he wants to believe in it, he will believe in it regardless. That's just human nature. It's the same thing if you've got a child and your child's done wrong. You know your child's done wrong, but because you love your child so much, you will come up with a reason for why it happened and why your child is not actually the person. Sometimes you have a fair, logical. Sometimes as a parent, you're quite fair, but I'm talking generally speaking. It is human nature to look past the holes. And look past, when I say holes, I mean look past any contradictions and so on, just to fit your own personal narrative, because you personally want to believe in it. I don't think it makes you necessarily dumb. That's why I'm speaking.
You think that
I think it's just a strong. People just strongly are biased. Even the people that are against it, even when they're like, I personally could debate both sides.
A few more examples so everyone gets the fact. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Like I really have no idea what you're saying. So if you could just
that's absolutely fine.
lay out the illustration
to understand, to be honest.
No, I mean I don't think anybody gets it really. Maybe like
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Sam. So
I don't think Sam has any idea either.
And that's
like at least 10 more examples.
You cannot speak for somebody, and that's the bias I'm talking about. That's the bias I'm talking about. When you need to believe something, you need to believe something. You also feel the need to believe
speaking for God right now.
Sam is thinking. That's the bias.
You're speaking for God right now.
Can you stop speaking?
That's the bias. And I'm a human being. I said we all have it as human beings where we are naturally biased. And so regardless of the hypocrisy, regardless of the contradictions, regardless of it, you will look past the contradictions. You will look past the contradictions in order to fit your own narrative. That is the ego. So it's not always, in your situation, you're thick, that's fine. But in most people's situation, it's just this need to feed your own ego. And that's where it comes from. It's not always that people are thick. It's that people need to soothe their own ego. So because you want to believe in the Bible and it makes you feel good, you will look past the contradictions to make yourself feel better. That is the answer.
Can you just
question.
We heard the first hand. Like, there is something very weird about these quote-unquote people where, like, first of all, they'll just, like, make the same point over and over again.
Because you keep interrupting. It's not weird. It's called repeating yourself when somebody interrupts you.
We need to hear it a few more times.
And that's why I said you're fake. Because a smart person would understand if you interrupt someone, they're going to repeat themselves. The better thing to do would be to silence, to be quiet, let someone finish what they're saying so they don't have to keep repeating themselves.
I think you're just being biased right now, Doug.
Common sense. Something like
Are
that.
you done now? Are you
I
done?
think you should be done.
Okay, are you done?
It's not about what you care about. So I was talking to Sam, so I wasn't even talking to you.
Are you done?
I wasn't talking to you.
Hey, done.
You silly twit.
Shut up. Okay. What's weird about these people is like...
Yeah, we can all interrupt people. We can all interrupt. See, the same respect you gave me, I can give back to you. You interrupted me, I can interrupt you. See how it works?
Okay, guys. Let's have a reset. I said, Andrew, don't interrupt her, and then Doc, and then you got a lot of just then, so then let's
Yeah. No, that's a good point, yeah.
Andrew, I'll go first.
Yeah, thank you. Like, no, I'm not. Like, what's great is that, like, and I'm not saying this about anybody's, like, stupid people have, like, this tendency to just, I think, like, forget what they themselves are saying. So they kind of, like, surprise themselves with their own point. And sort of, like, think, like, oh, I need to restate this because, like, I just heard this point and it's completely novel. I just, like, looks endlessly. And another thing that's like really weird about them is just that like once something gets queued up in their dumbest fucking brain, like they just can't help but get it out. It's just like, you know, like response queued up.
You're giving the best example right now.
Need to finish it no matter what. Like it doesn't matter if somebody interrupts them.
You said they're giving the best. Carry on, Andrew.
You just got shaded. She just shaded you. That was kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie.
No. I just like, just
They haven't fucking dead. Just like,
You're doing even more.
This is painful. Carry on, Andrew.
I'm just starting from like the sentence. Simple, we are not friends anymore. Simple, why are you doing this?
Yeah, great story.
Can we go back to the Bible? And Mike, can we? I'm saying we are going to, and let's just turn to that.
How did you not see the man as well?
Some give us another objection. Something about like how God has a head, but like he doesn't have a body. Pretty great objection. Even like how he created the world in 7 days, but like actually wasn't made in 7 days.
Alright, so here's what I Judges in Judges 1.
Hey, man,
Judges 1:19
translate.
it says, and the Lord was with Judah, and he drove out the inhabitants of the hill country. But he could not drive out the inhabitants of the valley.
Hey, man,
because they had
translate
chariots
the
and
lesson.
Did they have cars back then? That's a huge
Why is God not powerful enough? Why is God not powerful enough to, to deal with chariots of iron? It seems like God's supposed to be omnipotent.
That's ridiculous.
Checkmate theists.
I don't know how like anybody can be a Christian given that.
No, like literally all these like basic bitch like new atheist things like this do in fact falsify it. Like it's actually a false.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like falsified.
They do.
1,000 times over, basically.
No, but I like Sam. I fuck with. I think Mac Dillon is a chat. My just thing is that but what you need to do is the kind of you need to be dismissive. Like I think it's per contra to our goals. I'm gonna read this for you. It's more kind of look how silly and stupid this stuff is. So dumb, very hard. You should feel insulted to have to read that out loud because it's just literally popping.
What was your question, Sam?
Why does God say
Russia?
It says in the Bible that God is not strong enough to handle iron chariots.
I'm gonna check my own Google Doc for these.
And that just seems like a problem.
Because they're interrupted, I can't hear, so that's the thing. I don't know if anyone else on the stage is going to be okay.
Andrew, leave. Let them have their conversation.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I'm one of the towns. I'm sorry. I'll stop. Andrew, stop as well.
Yeah, but Doc, why interrupting when they're interrupting?
I can't hear what Sam has to say. So that means that we can't have a debate.
Don't interrupt. Can you not talk when I interrupt?
No, Sam.
I like her.
So when it comes to this is an old Arab proverb that when you bring a clown to a palace, he doesn't turn the clown into a prince. He turns the palace into a circus. So Andrew and Timothy here are turning this place into a circus because of their clown.
I just tried to get it back on track. I just said that you guys have a conversation.
So
I just literally said the opposite.
Wait, are you live?
I'm going to attack the topic actually. So listen to this. This is Luke. Wait, I'm doing the Bible. This is Luke 1. Luke 1. Many have undertaken to draw up an account of the things that have been fulfilled among us, just as they were handed down to us by those who from the first were eyewitnesses and servants of the word. Wait, how can you serve the word? Like, what does that mean? Like, a word is like a thing in like language, and like you're like a servant, like a person, and like words aren't a person. So like that makes no sense.
Did you enjoy reading it out loud?
I did. I do. Like, why are you so fucking stupid? Like, why do you think that like people can serve like linguistic units? Are you fucking retarded?
Based. Okay, let's return back to the chariots of iron, Judges 1:19.
I mean, I think the case is done with this.
Can I get an apology though? Because I was literally fighting to get your conversation back, and you accused me of being.
I was trying to get back to the Bible.
Samuel, can I have an apology?
And meta clowns, how do we not have a meta clownery discussion right now?
But basically, you're engaged in that because you would just apologize. See, that's the reality. People do this thing like, you're engaging in the meta. I'm just saying that isn't in of itself meta.
let's just get back to the topic. Let's not be emotional.
No, maybe you don't get any mental. And you say,
and the Lord was with Judah, and he drove out the inhabitants of the hill country, but he could not drive out the inhabitants of the valley because they had chariots of iron. Why is God not able to handle chariots of iron? Christians, answer this or else leave your religion. You can't answer why God is unable to handle chariots of iron. You have to leave your religion immediately. Those are your only two options. And rationality compels it. Leave it.
This is Luke 5.
Rationality means for Alexander.
Wait, so this is Luke 7. They were childless because Elizabeth was not able to conceive. Hey, like, how is that a sufficient explanation that she was not able to conceive? Like, she might have, like, had children before and she just can't conceive now. Right? So it's like how is that, like, that's like really stupid. Like, if you want an explanation, that's not an explanation.
Sam, show that you're sincere, yeah? Find us a confirmatory passage from the Bible. How about show us that you're a reasonable chap? Find me a verse from the Bible that you think confirms something around. In fact, create a document and let's tally them up. Let's see, if there's more confirmatory passages or this.
It does say that Moses walked, and people do
this confirming
people walk in places, so that's
no. Like a surprising prediction. Something surprising.
Something surprising that God would tie his eternal law to the shekel. So I feel like I've already got you that one.
Surprising confirmatory. You think that's surprising? You think that's surprising in an unexpected way? That's what I think that's surprising. I think you think that's surprising. Hold on. In a disconfirming way.
So I think God is tying his eternal law.
Yeah, so I agree with you. She is a clown.
Is that
I just come to another conversation. I think this one really puts the nail in the coffin of Christianity. If there wasn't like enough nails already.
It's just that these people have deal with damages, paying damages to other people.
Hey, shut up. The child grew. Some respect on scripture. Put some respect on scripture.
We're having a friendly discussion.
Let Sasha read the Bible.
We're doing Bible stuff. And the child grew and became strong in spirit. Hey, what is it? Strong is like how much stuff you can lift. And like spirit is like a ghost, like Casper the ghost. Like that like can't be strong. He doesn't have like muscles or anything. Oh my god.
Beast.
And this was just
I disagree with this method. I'm loving this. I'm finding holes in the Bible.
This is just like the first chapter of Luke, and we already have 3 dispositive contradictions.
Yup. Got him.
What does dispositive mean again, Sasha?
Like, decisive.
Oh, okay.
Now, I want you guys to compare some hypotheses. Okay, so you have the morality of the Bible that looks like the morality of the ancient Near East. Now, God's morality could have been one of like a trillion different things. God could have, had any values whatsoever. So the chance that you would happen to just coincidentally agree with ancient Near Eastern values is pretty low, and it's much more likely that ancient Near Eastern people are just writing down their values than that the creator of the universe, just out of the trillions of possibilities, happens to just agree with those values. That's pretty unexpected. Any Christians want to deal with that one? Because that's not a trivial point. It's actually like, I don't know, it just settles the matter.
I mean, I was thinking they could say something like, hey, you shouldn't use like this naive principle of indifference style for argumentation. They could also say it like, like on the hypothesis, like you wouldn't actually expect the probabilities to be completely independent of each other. I think that's what Christians might say, but I don't.
But you think this is a good argument, right, Sasha? Like, you think this is like pretty good evidence, right?
I mean, I think that the Christians would question the naive application of indifference and the premise that the probabilities are independent of each other of the hypothesis. But other than that, I mean, I don't really know. But that's what I think the Christians would say.
That's what the Christians would say. But you agree. What you would say is, yes, Sam, this is a good argument, right?
Well, I said what I have to say on this.
Okay. So,
wait, okay, this one is ridiculous. So they hurried off and found Mary and Joseph and the baby who was lying in the manger. How is a baby lying? Like, babies can't even speak. It's so stupid. Oh my god, dude, like, how do you believe this fucking nonsense?
well, lying,
and then
that one's not there. That was lying just means to, lying just is like, it's like, it means to recline in a bed. I don't think you need.
No, it means like intentionally saying something false.
No, well, that's a
Babies
different sense
can't
of
even say anything.
That's a different sense of
Okay, like, just like, look at the original Hebrew.
Because I written in Hebrew, it's written in Greek.
You know, whatever, right? But like,
Oh, you go fault it, but not the person from the Greek.
Shai, you were saying something earlier in the chat.
He found there and treasured all these things in her.
Why don't you speak on it now?
Like, how could she treasure anything in her heart? The heart,
See what you say.
the heart is like a bunch of like cells and like valves with like blood. Like, I wouldn't like put anything in it.
Yeah, I agree with that one.
And that's like really stupid, Andrew. Like, how do you think like do you think like pirates like buried like stuff in their heart, like gold?
Wait, is that
And
your
like
talking about stuff now?
I'm talking to my twin Adrian.
Now, another argument
I will follow you.
is it's pretty. So in the Bible, it says that you should like burn women alive for various things, and on the hypothesis that God is the all good love itself, it's kind of unsurprising that He would tell people to burn people alive. But on the hypothesis that some Bronze Age retards just wrote down their norms, then it would be totally expected that they would say burn women alive. So like, if you're just comparing hypotheses, it's much more likely that
What scripture is this, Sam? So I can just quickly check.
So the burning women alive.
Yeah.
Yay, Jerry Larson.
So one is Leviticus 21:9. So one of them is Leviticus 21:9. It says, if the daughter of a priest becomes a prostitute, she is to be executed by burning. The reason given is that she profanes her father's holiness. And then, what else? There's another one where it says to burn a woman alive. I think it's when a guy marries both a woman and her daughter. Yes, that's Leviticus 20:14. If a man marries both a woman and her mother, both he and they must be burned in the fire, so that no wickedness will be amongst you. So, God is love, but He's telling you to burn people alive. That's one hypothesis. Other hypothesis, Bronze Age retards wrote down Bronze Age stupidity. I feel like the Bronze Age morons is a better hypothesis, guys. I mean, that's me, I don't know.
I've never read that until now. Or if I've read it, I've forgotten about it. That's amazing to me.
Yeah, isn't it crazy that the Bible tells you to burn women alive? Isn't that crazy?
No, but Doc, why? Because you said you can leave the Bible.
Yeah. No, I think what happened is that I think people sort of had a more of a paganism type of I don't know, cult.
Ask her again.
And then I think the Bible is based off paganism. Pagan gods. And
how do you identify religion?
I don't know what the I just don't know. There's a name for someone who doesn't know.
Agnostic.
That's it. Yeah.
Agnostic.
Yeah. So I'm happy to look in all directions.
So when you came up, you yourself were like a believer, like that you believed in the Bible. So because you believe it was
I don't think the Bible is literal. I think people take it literally. I thought the Bible was messages just of sort of enlightenment. So if you decode it, it's basically all the same stuff that you'd read in like Buddhist books or texts or things like Hinduism and stuff. The same sort of thing. I think it's about enlightenment. And the other stuff, I think, is added by angry kings and all the rest. Yeah.
Also, Sam, I don't think that it says explicitly alive. It talks about burning, but not alive.
It says they should be burned in the fire.
That's an interesting point.
Yeah, I mean, it says they shall be burned in the fire.
Exactly, not alive.
Okay, so they have methods of like killing people.
They kill them first, they burn them after as a sign of purity and purification.
I did think
that releases like substance into the atmosphere, since like that's for climate, so that would recommend.
That sounds like you were just assuming they did it that way, but the verse itself.
On a small scale,
I think that
on a small scale, it's not going to make a difference in the atmosphere.
Why are you speaking on behalf of the Christians, bro?
Yeah, Christians should be demonstrating.
That's the thing. I don't think there are any Christians.
Isn't it crazy, Sasha, how he's a black theist, right? And the first thing he did to correct you was tell you to learn the Greek. Oh my gosh, dude.
Wait, he is black.
Yeah, you got a problem with that?
I am black.
Bro, people,
he's like mad refined and shit, but like I put him in a room and whoa, chill. Why are you being racist? Shut up.
So someone was saying that someone should learn Greek. Saying Ooga Booga is kind of like,
Do something about that, please. Okay,
I endorse any slurs Shy wants to call you. I just fully endorse them, and on that.
Wait. Okay, so alright. Okay, so then when you're in other people's rooms and someone calls you the K word like toast, it's fine for us to just endorse that too, right? Like you wouldn't be offended. You wouldn't think there's anything wrong with that.
I'm just joking. Anyway,
now, make your dissent, Sam. Make your dissent immediately.
No, thank you. No, thank you. Back to the Bible.
Is people or no?
So now we tell you.
It says in the Bible, if a priest's daughter defiles herself by prostituting herself, she befriends her father, she must be burned in the fire. It doesn't say her corpse must be burned in the fire.
It doesn't matter. You are wanting God to be alive.
If it says her corpse should be burned.
If you're going to take it literal, then take it literal. Like, it's nowhere it says alive.
The corpse is not her.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't say alive.
So if it says she should be burned in the fire, it's talking about her alive. When it say it only would be her corpse. If it says her corpse, then I would agree with you. It doesn't say her corpse. It says her, which implies aliveness.
What do you do with those?
It doesn't.
If I said I'm gonna go hang out with my mom later,
is it just fashion?
She's a
they talk about fire as a purification, so you are implying that it's alive.
Is it just fashion?
The fact that it's referring to it as a she and not it, or the corpse, or them,
corpse. Show me anywhere where it talks about a corpse or an it after it's dead.
You normally say like.
Would you refer to your grandmother as an it because she's dead?
Yeah.
You say her body. You wouldn't say.
You say, but no, Sam would refer to his grandmother, their body, as a smoke show. I mean, as a fine super. People like, babe. People like, well, it's a babe.
Wait, but I found another Bible contradiction. I call this the biblical dilemma. Okay, so this is Luke 6:43. Okay, it says, "No good tree bears bad fruit, nor does a bad tree bear good fruit." Okay, like if that's like a synthetic claim, it's like false, and if it's analytic, it's trivial. And like, why is God like putting trivial stuff in the Bible? It's like a picture argument.
It's symbolic.
Again, is it analytic or synthetic?
symbolic statement.
You're not answering. I don't want to
So
talk
it's
to
not
you.
literal. It's basically what I'm
I
saying.
think it's Andrew, I think it's analytic.
Yeah, okay, it's trivial.
It's trivial. And then I think it's trivial. I agree. And then the Bible.
Yes. It's trivial. It's like true by definition. It's like if the Bible said like bachelors are like unmarried men. Like it would be like really fucking stupid.
This actually comes up in my critique of the Quran. This literal thing.
Oh yeah.
So here's what happens. So in the Quran it says the unbelievers will not respond to you even if you warn them. And I'm like, okay, well that's just false. Some unbelievers do respond to your warning, so that's a false statement. And they go, oh well, we're only talking about the unbelievers who don't respond to it. So you're saying people who don't respond to warnings don't respond to warnings. That's what you're saying in the Quran. And they go, yeah. And I'm like, that's retarded. And I get a good response for why it's not a retarded thing.
What's your view of the verse? Like set of analytic or synthetic truths? Yeah, but I actually had a reasonable conversation today with Andrew. So like Andrew has this like crazy view that if God tells you that like rape is good, then you should think rape is good. And I can explain why that's false.
But God knows everything, Bubba. And he's omniscient and all good. So if he tells you, you should just believe him. Right, Bubba?
Yeah. And then I gave a reply. Like Andrew's
Wait, do you think that if God, if God has the power to do anything, he's omnipotent, and God was 2 is 5, then you should believe it. I don't know.
I should, I will, because he can make people in like force. Doesn't mean that that's what I should have done.
Yeah. I agree with that. What do you think? If I did come to my as a person who I thought was a true anesthetic superior, as in like God, I would just leave him on anything he told me. Pretty much. I think like even things I took to his 4 or 5 or like I was like
The problem with that is that like you actually go from like, oh, he is like an anesthetic superior, like you need to employ a lot of tools that this reasoning is not throughout. I mean, I gave them quite a lot of like, what's going on when God comes to you? Suppose God comes to you to plus 2 is 5. Should you believe? It's like, maybe you think, oh yeah, I should reason like this. Anything God says is true, and God told me 2 plus 2 is 5, so therefore 2 plus 2 is 5. It's like, okay, there what you're implying is something like modus ponens or whatever, right? Like modus ponens plus universal instantiation. Like, okay, but then like how should you reason about the following case? God tells you modus ponens is invalid. And like, it seems like to conclude that it's invalid, you need to assume it's valid. And there is sort of like easy to see why it's not so straightforward. But I think this actually generalizes to like a lot more like a priori solutions.
yeah, I can see the point.
Like you need a toolkit to reason about this scenario.
Yeah, I agree.
And like if the conclusion is supposed to be like, we'll just throw anything out of the toolkit, like it's not actually obvious what the result would be.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, if now I'm actually pretend to talk to God, and God just says, like I don't know, what's the word? I mean, I'd be like, I don't know what that. Like I don't know. I think I would just say I believe you, but
I don't know what that means, right?
I think I would just say I don't get it, but I agree.
I don't think it's like that's like crazy.
Like
just says, yeah, all inference rules are false.
Well, it's not just that, right? It's like, the idea is supposed to be you're given this hypothetical, and then you're supposed to reason what follows from it. And you're supposed to reach this particular conclusion that, like, what God said is in fact true. But actually, using the inference rules, whatever you think they can be limited to, that you use to get that conclusion, you can probably actually infer a whole bunch of other stuff. Like, if you give me modus ponens, then like probably just with the apparatus used to set that up, I can get a whole bunch of other stuff. And so it's like, it's not enough to say just use a different inference rule. Because actually it seems like with these different inference rules, I can actually just derive modus ponens again.
Well, if he says you can't reason.
Yeah, I mean, then like, doesn't seem like I should say anything in particular in this scenario.
Yeah, I mean, is that basically kind of capturing the goal of what you're saying? Or are you trying to look at the idea of those countries?
I mean, sure, maybe I'm misunderstanding that. I'm saying that, like, somebody wants to push you that you need to accept this with God says. Like, to actually do that, you need to reason through the scenario. And I'm saying if you're reasoning through the scenario, you need a bit of, like, other machinery that, might actually give you, like, actually, you should reject what God is saying. You should think what God is saying is false.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's generally right. I mean, basically, the way I would imagine is like, if that guy said that, I would just say, that guy's not God.
No, sure, but, they're saying, like, next hypothesized it isn't. And now they're saying, like, okay, and therefore, you should just believe it, that, like, modus ponens is stuff. But my point is, since I'm using modus ponens to reason about the scenario, to, like, reach my conclusion, another conclusion I'm able to reach is just modus ponens is valid. I mean, it seems like I can actually reach both.
And now we're at explosion or something. I don't know. But what are you suggesting what you should do?
Sure, but
are you proposing what we should do in this scenario?
I mean, I'm more inclined to say I wouldn't believe God. Because, like, either way, we end up in an impossible scenario. It's like, okay, I think it's easier for me to make sense of the idea that God told me something false or whatever, than of the idea that 2 + 2 is 5 or something. Okay, now that's what I would be wrong first.
Wouldn't that be the same thing we say that's not God? If it's next hypothesis, that guy always tells the truth.
Well, no, it's like, it's not like this. Like, if the question is what should you believe in this scenario, like, what I'm saying is, like, you're describing an impossible scenario, and to the extent that there is, like, any non-vacuous answer to it, like, here's what I think is, like, a better candidate. I'm not just saying, like, well, what I think is actually going on is that, like, there's some mistake. Like, I'm engaging with the scenario. As impossible as it might be, and then I'm just telling you, like, okay, here's what I think happened in that impossible scenario.
Yeah, I think
the idea of like, are there times where I should just not trust any of my faculties and just say, listen, none of my faculties are reasonable, and I have no reason to believe anything versus anything else, and then just I'm completely in an epistemic black hole where nothing I believe, including that this itself, should I believe for any reason. And I'm saying like maybe I could. I don't think I should like ever like for pragmatic reasons I should never get there. But like if I was like forced by God to believe that He was omniscient or whatever, and then He also told me that like my reasoning doesn't work, I think I could be forced to be in that epistemic black hole because I like can't doubt that that's God talking to me, that He's omniscient and all that stuff. And so then I'm now forced to.
Once your reasoning collapses, if it seems like you're still gonna believe in stuff, you can still ask yourself, okay, well, or sorry, just somebody in your state with that experience that still has something required rationality on that.
Oh, I think
like, maybe what you could believe in the scenario is like, oh, I just imagine this or something.
I don't think that you should ever get to the black hole, but if God forces you into the black hole, then you're just there. And then I don't think that there's any like there's no more like rationality, there's no reason. There's no even you believing stuff isn't evidence that it's true or not because all of your faculties are broken. And then you're just kind of like epistemically fucked, but you're there now because
like seems like this would just not normal. Like this thing. There is this drug that just like unstuck your brain forever. And like I don't know, maybe for them to believe that that could just happen. I mean, I wouldn't think that very stuff just take forever off personality.
Oh, I do. I think they're just permanently cooked. Because any reason you would
see how this is. I don't see how this is different from just like being born or something.
What?
I mean, just when you're born. I mean, I'd say that when you're like very like having like thoughts or something. Maybe that's really maybe just later, just like once your first having thoughts. Like what's your epistemic situation like? You have some beliefs. And maybe you have some opinions about whether they're justified or not. But like, maybe like I guess at the start you just don't have any opinions of whether they're justified or and like then you form the concept of some of my beliefs are justified or not. And you say, oh, this one is, this one isn't. Like, okay, like for the person who is at the point in time where like none of their beliefs are justified. Like, okay, that's the belief they have. But they still have a whole bunch of other beliefs. It seems like what they could start doing is like what the person first start like, characterizing their beliefs in terms of justifications of this thing. Oh, I think this one's justified, this one's not. So
I don't when I was first born I didn't have the belief that like none of my like intuitions are reasonable or any of my like a priori knowledge is unreasonable. I don't have this thing where I'm in the black hole already. I like already just come sort of pre-programmed to like feel justified to believe certain things. But if I do come to believe,
you don't have the belief that any of your beliefs are justified. But what you might start doing, well, I mean, you're not listening to the belief. Imagine like the Einstein process is like, you're just saying, okay, I'm gonna deem these beliefs justified based on these criteria and go from there. I think the person in the black hole can just say, oh yeah, well I have this belief that I'm in the black hole. If that's true, that's not justified. So I guess I'm dropping that. Okay, well now I don't have any beliefs about whether I'm justified one way or the other on anything. Okay, I'm deeming these beliefs justified. But let's go from there.
Where are we now with the debate discussion?
we're talking about if you came to believe that all of your cognitive faculties, so your ability to reason either logically or probabilistically or make inferences, if all of that was broken, if you came to believe that all of that was broken, it would seem to undermine your own belief that you came to that conclusion. Like, how would you come to know that you're absolutely broken if your faculties come to believe that itself are broken? And making the case that if you're in that state, you're just fucked and you can't get out of it because there's no. Once you come to believe that none of your faculties are justified, you can't come to the conclusion of like, oh, maybe I should reason my way out of it because you don't trust your reasoning.
And what about the healthy middle, which is you don't know everything, nobody knows, even science changes. You know,
Yeah, that's a good point.
We're not talking about like the normal everyday case where you have all sorts of like justifiable skepticism of things like that. We're talking about extreme cases where every single one of your faculties is broken. And what do you do in those situations? It's a very extreme hypothetical, but it's like.
Are you talking about someone who has extreme self-doubt? They just doubt everything that they think they see. They're constantly doubting themselves.
Yeah.
They need other people's input on everything that they do. All the decisions.
But they wouldn't even know whether they should be allowed to trust other people's inputs because that would be them making an inference about who to trust and not to trust, and they can't trust that either.
Okay.
That's just and I'm saying this is a situation where if you get into it, you're fucked. Where it's not just things that you can kind of get your way out, you can like kind of dig your way out of it. Whereas I think you're just like perma fucked.
Okay. And what triggered the question in the first place?
We're talking about cases where God says to you, you should not believe your reasoning, but you think that God is omniscient, and you've come to believe that that's really God. Then how do you reason about whether you should believe that that's God if God has told you that you should believe your reasoning? That's a form of reasoning.
Yeah. I see, yeah. So you're basically saying that, again, that's another sort of, call it a hole or contradiction in the Bible, basically your point.
I'm not, this is not about the Bible anymore. This is just a question of like philosophy. What should you do when you come to doubt not just your sense perceptions, but namely every mental tool you would use to come to decide whether something's true or false?
Because to me, if God said that to me, I would just interpret it as God is basically saying that I should make sure I have thoroughly checked. So I know what I'm doing and not just make rash decisions. That's what I would get from it. I don't think I would interpret it as, oh, everything that I think needs to be, it could be false. I would just, me and my rational self, I think I would just say, okay, I need to think twice or think 3 times and make sure that what I'm doing is likely to be correct. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That's just whenever we do anything, whenever we leave the house, we check our bags, make sure we've got our keys, our phones. I feel like that's basically what it's basically saying. Just make sure you know what you're doing before you do it. Double check. I don't think it means now that everything you think and do is potentially wrong and you need to constantly be paranoid and overthinking everything. I think just double check, make sure it's like the possibility of it being correct is high, and then move forward. That's me.
Sam, I don't think so. In the way that you just framed it and I framed it at one point, the God says your reasoning is wrong, or like you can't reason or something. That seems like you couldn't accept it. With the modus ponens one, I mean, I think you could just say like possible logic is false. Like every inference is not like it's not necessarily true. I don't think like that means that you, for one, you couldn't derive modus ponens as far as I can tell. Secondly, like I don't see why you couldn't reason that. Okay, I'll listen to him. Because that people have already made logics like that.
Yeah. So I agree that if it's just modus ponens being false, you're fine. But if you come to believe that all of your reasoning doesn't work, do you agree that you're in big trouble?
Yeah, I think in that case I think basically you just, even if you thought I should accept it, you couldn't accept it. I don't know if you could rationally tell yourself.
Oh, I think person could be psychologically disposed to be in a sympathetic black hole, but I don't think they should do it. I don't think it's reasonable to ever conclude you're in the black hole.
I think you hit someone in the head.
Yeah. Well, I think if God could, by his nature, through his omnipotence, convince you that he is God and omniscient and omnipotent, and then also he tells you that all of your reasoning is flawed, well, then you kind of are just in the black hole.
No, I don't think that.
You don't think? Okay. So, but you can't help believing that God is omniscient, and because God forced you to believe that he's omniscient and omnipotent, and then he just says all of your reasoning is flawed. You cannot trust any of your reasonings. Why are you not in the black hole?
Well, because that's not stipulating a lot of other things that you could dispense of. One is you could just believe both. So like a contradiction or something contrary to another. But my reasoning is bad and it's fine. Stuff like that. So like this is kind of where we have to add the stipulations in, because this is why I asked Sasha. It's like, well, I don't see like why it would be problematic. We can just conclude that that's not God. Well, okay, well, X hypothesis, that is God. It's like, well, I mean, what else are you building into the scenario? Because I think a lot of you are building into the scenario that they can read. That's the whole point of asking someone a hypothetical. So if we're building into the scenario, you can reason. That's the point of the question, is to reason about it. It's like asking, okay, reason without your reason. Go ahead.
I think it's more asking you reason about the condition where you've just figured out that you can't reason anymore.
Okay, to be clear, I agree with this. Like basically, what things going on. There are explicit stipulations. Like, God tells you XYZ, and there's like the implicit stipulations, like logic, math, and so on. But it's so like, basically what I think you need to do is just reject one of the things that are stipulated, which you wouldn't do for a normal hypothetical. But because the hypothetical is impossible, that's what you're forced to do. So, I mean, that's like my idea. Yeah, I think that is typically what people would do. But I did mention, I don't know if you heard this, I was like, you could actually just accept both and just take on the contradiction, unless like that's already stipulated too. That you can, but then it's like the next time. Well, contrary to. Well, sorry. I mean, like, you're not permitting yourself to contradiction, but you're permitting yourself to do it, but the scenario implies both P and not P. But you're going to believe this sentence. Right. Supposedly in the scenario you might end up like that. Yeah, but like the scenario has contradiction. The scenario is contradictory. Right. Yeah, and then you might say, well, okay, well, it's contradiction. Yeah, I guess that's another thing in the sentence. You've got all the does. Which is well, sorry. I guess you put this thing like it's like one thing says both conditionals are likely to be true. Another thing it would say is both conditionals versus non-conditional. That's like more on the left side of the sign. The scenario would involve a contradiction, but like, way different than just like the obvious way of the scenario is possible. So both conditionals can be unlikely to be true. Right. Yeah.
Sasha, why could you just say that the justification is the authority of God?
I don't think it's a question of justification.
Well, no,
just say that upon the authority of God Himself being infallible, He's stipulating, or He's telling you this is true. So it's just upon that, even though none of your, it's not the statement of what He's saying, it's not the coherence of it, the logic of it. It's just of who He is that you are just basing that on His divine authority. You're just saying that it's true because He's saying it. And that's
sure, this is not all been expressed either way. So.
Well, let's see. So,
you should remember just the question. You're not actually in the world where God tells you. What's going on is you're in this world and you're being asked, well, what do you think would be true in that world? And what would be true in that world? I mean, it seems weird because the scenario is contradictory, right? But I'm just saying, what I think would be true in that scenario is that God is wrong, not that the rules of interest will be. And but either way, to reach the conclusion you want, I do actually need to employ rules of interest to go through the scenario. What you're thinking is maybe the person faced with God would have some special, non-inferential, revelatory justification.
Right.
Okay? But that's not the question. The question is just what would be true in this situation? And I don't have some magical spell God put upon me which gives me justification. And I don't think that's really clear that it doesn't even matter.
Well, the way I normally frame it is it's an all-knowing, it's an all-knowing, perfect being that cannot lie. Told you ought to do X. Is it the case that you ought to do X?
Yeah, I say no, because I say what you're asking is imagine the scenario as this. Is this thing true in the scenario? Right? So basically what I need to do is look at the scenario and see whether I can derive an answer to your question from the scenario. And just given the process of derivation, I might actually just be able to derive oh no, here's out of God. What God is saying there is at least false. Maybe I can also derive that it's true, but I can derive that it's false. And to the extent that there is something substantive to say about this other than just, it entails a contradiction. So yes and no. Right? To the extent that there is some substantive question about what would be true in that scenario, I think what would be true in that scenario is that it's still wrong to rate.
Andrew, this sounds eerily familiar to when I pushed back to this scenario.
Oh no,
I'm hoping to get that same fervor that you had against Moab here.
The fervor we talked about it earlier. So Scott's definitely taking a different approach in some ways, but yeah, it is true that she's saying that we're saying that there's a contradiction built in. But I think the thing that wouldn't it be that I'm not, you're saying you're holding these other things in the background, and it may not be the case with all that God says you ought to do X. I mean, I think it would certainly apply to the people that I've talked to, but maybe there would be some people where that wouldn't work because if they had in mind that the X there is that all reasoning is fallacious or something like that, which I still think we could do divine revelation as a justification.
The divine revelation point is just irrelevant.
Okay, so
because again, what you're asking is, imagine this situation is true. What would be true there? Right? It's not like God actually doing spelling.
continue.
What's the conversation like? I don't know.
So
You're saying like somebody might agree with me, but for other reasons, and those reasons are bad. What's the?
no, all I'm saying is that you have some interesting aspects of this that I think are worthy of investigating a bit more. And there's some people who could present your opposition to my experiment or whatever, and that would be legitimate, or there would be some legitimate conversation there. But I'm saying the way that people have gone about it, where they want to say something like, "Why killing innocent is wrong?" Okay, you think it's wrong, but I'm saying if a being that is not wrong and cannot be wrong tells you that it is okay to do in some circumstances, would it be the case that it's okay to do in some circumstances? But that particular point, not this thing about, all your reasoning is flawed or most opponents is flawed or most opponents or whatever, right?
Yeah, they think it's possible, and you're saying suppose something that they feel is possible thing happened.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like there's anything that they don't know. And I think this really obviously fine case.
They think it's a contradiction to say that.
I thought you just said they thought it was possible.
No, they think it's no. They think it is wrong. It is not possible for somebody.
I thought you said that they think sometimes it is fine to judge.
No, God just.
Let me leave it to them. They're committed to it. They're committed to it being necessarily false to make you feel sad.
They're committed to it necessarily false, but it's okay to kill a child. Yes.
Okay, then it sounds like it's the same as what I'm saying.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is in this case, they're committed to it, but they're aware that they don't have all knowledge and that they can be wrong.
You're just asking like how. Really, just. Were you asking me to extend the reasoning I gave you about the modus ponens case to this case?
You can if you want, or if you think that what I'm saying here would be valid. Because what my
But I just don't know what you're saying. Like, yeah, some people will say this. What's the point? I think like it's fine to say. Like, I agree. Like I wouldn't basically. I think if God told me rape is good, I wouldn't think rape is good.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that, but ought you believe it given the circumstances?
No.
Okay, but when you say no, okay.
Thank you.
Wait. Not that you ought to be justified in coming to the conclusion. Not are you justified in coming to the conclusion, but is it the case that it is true that you ought to believe that rape is good?
Can I help disambiguate this because I don't want to like that was there obviously, so Sasha, when he made his hypothetical, he came in with the stipulation that God is omnipotent, omniscient, holy good, never lies, tells you this thing. And he's not into his scenario that these things are true or false or necessary, any of that. And my response to him was, because he was talking to me at the time, I said, yeah, but when people come to these scenarios, they come with other beliefs, things that they might think that they can't be wrong about. And Abe basically said, yeah, that could never be wrong. It's always true that rape is wrong. And so Abe just said, yeah, I think God would be wrong. I said, yeah, I don't think all of that is sort of, I don't care if it's historical background. No, I don't think it's very good in the conversation. But like as far as like what you just said, yeah, I'm aware of I'm aware of what the reason this would be right. I get what he's I think like you're already talking about this idea of just like, when asked the hypothetical, you bring in other stuff. Yeah, but I think Andrew's not good. I think he's wanting you to speculate this. I mean, we talked about it earlier. Then maybe.
Oh, I get it. But what I'm saying is, I think what Sully tried to say to Albedo, which was that.
Oh, I thought you would just stop with this fucking history.
But no, okay, let's find.
Just pretend it as if it's not. Just go back to where you were.
Okay, it's fine. That's fine. We can exclude that. I don't know. It seems like a stranger version, but that's fine. But here's
no, it's not a stranger version. Because like what happens is Sully's fucking Josh. Sully, what is that? It's fine. Just substantive, just say the thing.
All right,
But don't mention.
ultimately, I think it's going to come to this anyway. But here's the thing: if I'm stipulating right from the get-go, this is something that is true. It cannot be false. If you just want to say, okay, that is not a hypothetical, that is not possible. If you just want to say that and not even entertain it, you want to say, no, that's not even possible, then that's fine. You wouldn't take on the hypothetical.
But I do want to entertain that knowing it's impossible.
Well, that's fine. No,
I already told you, I think like you can have big thing under possible necessity.
Well, what I'm saying is, that's fine. They can entertain it. But if you're accepting my stipulation, which is that God cannot be wrong. So
yeah, I mean, it's just like, I'm accepting that stipulation, but as I told you before, there's also lots of other implicit stipulations.
Right, but those aren't allowed in the hypothetical. And they
okay, told you, Sasha.
No.
But you understand, like,
yes.
Why the implicit stipulations are needed for reason for this.
Yeah, I agree with that. No, sorry. I'm talking about in particular about like the rape one or something where like God has the
yeah, so is your idea just like we don't need rape is wrong for reasons for the scenario?
Correct.
So just leave that.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. But, I mean, sorry. But you remember like what I told you that like even if you tell me to leave mass out of the hypothetical,
yeah,
like I might have to still be able to derive.
I agree.
No, stop. We don't. Stop. Just even if you tell me to leave mass out of the hypothetical, I might still be able to derive mass from what I am bringing to the hypothetical.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, like maybe like you say, just take in logic, the reason through it, and say, okay, but if I have logic, that's enough for me to get mass. You understand that?
Yes, I said.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, somebody could argue for that. That's fine. Sure.
Okay. And like, I mean, the most straightforward version of this plan is just like you might think actually morality, much like math, is just divisible a priori.
Yeah.
So just as you can derive from logic all that you need for mathematics,
yes.
Maybe you can derive similarly of morality.
But you being wrong.
Like a constructivist might think.
Yeah, but you being wrong on what you deduced or whatever as being a moral truth, you would, unless you wanted to claim that you knew it and could not be wrong about it.
Let me lay out to you like what the process is, like, or like going through the next step. Okay, so what's going on is you're saying, okay, here is the situation in question. So basically, step one is you're saying, imagine like the box, right? And like step one is you're saying, put like this and this into the box, right? You're saying put into the box that God is like this, and here's what God says, right? That's like step one. Do you understand that?
Step one is here's what the box.
You're telling me what you want to stipulate about the scenario.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So step one is like boundary assumptions go in the box. Okay. Now you understand that like if we just stay at step one, I can't tell you anything about the scenario. Right? Because like if you ask me, okay, like so basically what you want to ask is, okay, so you put that stuff into the scenario. Now is this other thing also in the scenario? We put in like the boundary assumptions into the scenario. Is this also true in the scenario? Like that's your question, right? The scenario is like God says X, Y, Z, and what you want to ask is like, okay, is it also true in the scenario that this or this, right?
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
question is this other thing also true in the world? It does, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You're like a fucking crazy person. Like, I did like the child analogy of like the box. You know, I don't know, like, yeah, you had like a possible world, yeah.
Maybe that's a compliment.
Yeah. So what you're asking me is that other thing true in that possible world? Yeah. Like, all I do is just say, well, the world is as Andrew said, and that's it. You see, like, how I can't actually answer the question, right? Because what you didn't tell me to put in the world is great is strong. What you told me is God said great is strong, and God is always right. That's all we said so far about the world. You see, like, you know, if you want to ask me, okay, is it true in that world that God that's great is strong? Like, you know, just what you said doesn't give me the answer, right? Like, the answer might follow from it, but so far, we just put in like two things into the world, and neither of them is the answer to the question, right?
Yeah, wait, which one, like, the way I asked it, are you putting into this world?
God helps you rate this good, and God is like always right.
Not lying, he's morally perfect. Yeah. Well, then,
Yeah, so just
yeah.
Those are the two sentences in the world. And then you're asking, is the third sentence in the world as well? The third sentence being great and strong. That's your question.
Yeah.
In stage one, we just have two sentences, right?
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So what I'm saying you need to do is say like, okay, actually, just by virtue of this being a world at all, right, it's going to include some other things, right? So beyond just the two sentences you gave me, what's also true is like modus ponens is valid. That's also true in the world. So we're also putting that into the world, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Right. So basically, I'm saying step one is we put in the Andrew sentences. Step two, we put in all the necessary sentences.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Then I put in all the necessary sentences. Now, none of the necessary sentences are great is good, right? And that's not in the necessary sentences. Okay, so at step two, I still haven't like go to a point where I can answer your question.
Not yet. That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Step three is I basically try to derive an answer to your question from the resources I was given. Okay. So here's one derivation. You know, so I'm only using the resources of the sentences we agree are in the world.
Yes.
We put in as step one and step two.
The ones I put in are the necessary ones for this world. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's like one way, like one derivation I can do is God always says what's right. Whatever God says is true or something. God said rape is good, so therefore rape is good. And, you know, that follows because one of the sentences, you know, allows that sort of instance, right? It says that that sort of instance is valid, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so, you know, we're able to derive the answer to your question in the affirmative. Okay. But another thing I'm able to do is go through a different derivation. Where, you know, I say, well, one of the necessary truths is great is wrong. And that leads me to a negative answer to your question.
Yeah, okay.
So I can set up a derivation either way.
Okay. So let's do this then. I like that. So, and that's clean, and I like that. So let me ask you this. What if we said, because I want to modify this, bypass this thing, I want to get past this right here, so maybe you can keep that in mind as well, because I do want to, I'm going to continue to ask this question, but I do want to be honest, and I want to update on new information, so I think you're saying stuff is relevant here, so I do want to address it, but I want to say this, let me ask you, so what should you more believe is true?
remember that I'm just saying that, like, I'm putting that into the sentences that compose the world.
Yeah.
Right, so, like, like, are you saying maybe I shouldn't be so sure that that's a necessary sentence?
Yes.
Like, maybe I shouldn't be so sure that that belongs as step 2.
Right, because that sentence that you're putting in there is based on your fallible conclusion.
Sure.
Right. And then what I'm putting in there is just stipulated to be infallible. And it doesn't matter that you're fallibly assessing that. You just understand the content of what I'm saying, which is that it is an infallible being that is stipulating an infallible truth.
Well, you're infallible.
No,
you're the one adding the assumption.
God is the infallible being. He's saying that
God is the one in the scenario who says something.
When I said that it's an infallible being stipulating an infallible truth, it's just that God is saying something that's infallible. Is what I mean. So in other words, the second sentence, or the second step that has the sentences that you're saying are necessary. One of those could be that rape is necessarily wrong. That is something that you have concluded fallibly. I mean, this is by and large going to be most people, right? Now, there's going to be some people that might say they have some infallible truth there, and they can deal with that, but they're going to say they came to they're going to say they fallibly have concluded that, and they're putting it in there. They still think it's a necessary truth, but they fallibly came to that conclusion. They acknowledge that there is.
That's like, I think. Look, if you understand that the game we're playing is saying there are substantive answers to questions like this, right?
Yeah.
And that's the game, right? We're not saying the game is like settled at the outset because the situation is impossible, so all answers are vacuous and sure, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. It's like, if we go with your way of doing things, like it's gonna turn out that in any scenario like this, what should give way is what we put in as step 2 rather than step 1, right? Because, what characterizes step 2 here, so what you want to say is step 2, like what you think belongs there, is just by your fallible assessment, whereas step 1, like, that's just like, assume that the outset, that's like the excess.
Yes.
So step 1 is privileged.
Yes.
Like, that just sounds like it's the wrong result because, step 2 includes all the stuff that we think is like really privileged. That's the stuff that we like has the strongest claim to truth out of anything. That's why it's like the necessary stuff. But you're saying that necessary stuff should always give way to this like more wishy-washy stuff just because it goes in as step 1.
Well, I mean, sure, I'm sure that's how that looks from your perspective or whoever's encountering this. But what I'm saying is that, and what actually is the case, is that step 1 is just, this is the omniscient, infallible oracle. And he is setting everything straight. And there is nothing more supreme than the conclusion that he is saying. All I'm saying is, I think that you should trust him. If it were the case that you were to encounter that being telling you that over your own fallible conclusion. If you really believe that that is that being is the infallible.
That's the reasoning on
all knowing. If that being is the infallible, all knowing, truth telling, all the time, God. If you really believe that, then when he tells you something that is contrary to what
me really believing that in this scenario doesn't matter. We're assessing it from the outside.
Well, I'm saying this isn't okay, so I'm only saying this to the point where you said you've heard me say before in conversations. I just want to make sure that my conversations are safeguarded here.
Like that was like a separate one. idea of what should you side with if God tells you a necessary post.
Yeah. Well, what I was trying to target right here is, what I want to just get clear from you, actually, if I can, is that when I have said this historically, it has pretty much always been in service of the idea that when somebody is averse to certain narratives in the Bible, and they say, this is wrong, then I want to say, I know you have concluded that's wrong, but there is a being who knows everything and says that it's right. And if that is true, if I were to persuade you of the truth of that, are you open to the idea that an infallible being can correct what you think is maybe even necessarily true? That's kind of what he's in service of, and I want to see if you think that me doing that has a problem, given our conversation thus far.
I mean, that's right. I guess I'm not sure. Like, it feels like really what you need is just, like you say, well, you don't have epistemic certainty of like whatever you think is in fact necessary. Right. So maybe like you believe it with like as high as your credence can go, and maybe also you actually believe it to be necessary, but like not epistemically, but still you agree like the belief is original. Right. And if you agree with that, then like like there's still some epistemic credence left over for these.
Yes.
I think that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I just want to make.
But that's not. I don't agree. That's the way you framed it. I know because what you want to do is like pull this back to the history, but that's certainly not what was said then. It seemed like he basically what you're saying. I think this is like a nice different issue. No, I don't. Well, to be clear, I think like I'm saying that what I commented on that just now, I think is like a completely separate issue. Then it's like, well, if God told you rape is good, what should you say? I think that's like a very way. I don't think like one really bears on the other. Yeah, that's fine. But like you said, I don't agree that that's what happened. If he's trying to bring it back to history, but yeah, I think the way that was framed here, yeah, it's fine.
No, what I say historically, and Albedo conceded this solely ultimately, but what I said historically is that if God told you this, I'm stipulating that the truth-telling, the all-knowing, infallible God tells you, he's morally perfect, tells you that X, you ought to do X, is it the case that you ought to do X? And
I said you could say no.
And Albedo said that you could say no. And then Sully said, well, then you're
done. I think you could say no. I think
yeah.
Reasonable to say no.
You think it's reasonable? Yeah, I know.
I said this at the time.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, no, you did. And then I think what it ended up is that we just kind of turned, I think we probably just ended up walking away from it. But Sully was telling Albedo that he was being silly by not just entertaining.
You have to be careful with Sully.
Yeah, I know.
If he believes that like his mom is a flowers.
Do you believe what? Abortion is not immoral.
Yeah, he like believes right and kind of conveys home.
That was hilarious.
So you have to be careful with him.
That was hilarious. Yeah, you were saying, and
5 foot straight and not 5 foot straight.
In what?
There is this like clip that's been kind of viral. At least on Instagram, these like millennial women dancing in an office. They like say like 5 foot straight and a half. 5 foot straight and a half. And like that in particular reminds me of Sally because she's like a short little winter punk. Like it's very angry.
I don't think I've seen that. Can you send that to me?
I mean, you know, I'm also that very good strength. So that would be my kind of very good at it. But yeah, I'll send it to you.
Okay. So,
as it comes possible.
If I say God is saying that you're wrong,
So to be clear, are we going back to the like moral question? I think that was like your training.
I want to know. Well, what I was going to ask you, I just want to see if you think this is a problem, because I think this is part of what I'm saying and what I intend to keep saying, and I want to make sure that there's not something you see problematic, because I would like to refine it if it is. So, I want to say, God is saying that you are wrong on whatever it is that you're saying.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Okay.
If that God does exist, do you think that you ought to believe more likely that he's correct or you're correct? Even though you think that you've got this thing as a necessary truth and high credence, whatever. Is it more reasonable to believe that God is correct or that you are correct? Would that be a way? Because I think that seems to be a way I can frame that. And
yeah, I mean, it probably depends on which way you look. I think it's fine to say it's reasonable to maintain your. Like, I don't really think let's say maybe like a lot of people say that they could be saying it for dumb reasons. It's not really true. But like, I think like the answer can absolutely be made sense out of.
Okay.
I mean, just look. So like, what sample do you want to work with? Rapists?
Well,
military or something?
I don't believe that. I mean, that's even a problem for me. I think that's impossible, so I'd rather not do that. Let's just say killing an innocent.
Okay, but sorry for that one. I think everyone agrees that that is permissible in certain circumstances.
Yeah.
I mean, they might say otherwise, but they basically everyone agrees.
Yeah, killing an infant, the Amalekite slaughter. Let's do that.
I mean, let's say, I guess like I don't really know if it matters what we go with. But I feel like some things might be easier than others. Because like basically when I say like shut up. Please don't get please get rid of her. Please get rid of her. That will stop status. Please. Okay, anyway, so look, I don't know if it really matters what exactly worked, because I think the logic of the point would be the same. And like, if we take something ridiculous, like, you think it's impossible, like I had a sandwich yesterday or something, like, okay, it makes it look kind of silly. But it's silly to believe it's impossible. I had a sandwich yesterday. Right. And it's like similar things I would say about the amount related up. I think like basically everyone agrees that like there could be a way to make sense of that. However unlikely it is.
Okay.
But like, yeah. I mean, I just want to go with something where like we can at least like see a little bit of merit in the idea that that is.
For this argument to go beyond the obvious.
Shut the fuck up, you dumb fucking cunt. Shut up. Never fucking open your mouth again. What are you saying?
Yeah, so actually, you're right. I think that's true. So certainly, my typical move is, you say X is bad in the Bible. If God says X is X, if God says, well, then I separate it from that, and I just say, if God says any X is correct, then wouldn't God be correct? Just given who he is, right? Shouldn't you believe that God is correct? So that's typically the way that I use it, right? And so that maybe I shouldn't. So in the way that I'm formulating it there, saying that if God says that X is morally correct, then isn't it the case that you ought to believe that X is morally correct?
Sure, so let's just go for right.
Yeah.
Because he's not the ability to do the other.
Yeah.
It's impossible to trade is morally correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I can try to show you like why I don't think it's crazy to suppose that like the right answer in this scenario is that rate isn't right. That's that.
Well, what I'm going to say is the ones that I use it for are all possible by most people's life. So think the problem.
In that case, I agree. I think that's not.
Yeah. So the problem is when I just do a blanket thing where I go, if God says that X is true, is it the case that you ought to believe X is true? Or to make it more narrow, if God says something is morally correct, then you ought to believe that it's morally correct. And that's where I think the problem is coming in, because then you're saying this is where somebody who's really thinking, yeah, I'm just stipulating something contradictory, or that God would be saying something contradictory to something you're already holding to be maybe even a necessary truth. Then now there's two contradictory things in conflict, which makes one of them have to give way. And why should mine take priority, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Wouldn't it just be the case then in proper dialogue, you as the interlocutor that I'm talking to just say, I don't grant that there's this infallible being who can say, I don't grant this as being
proper. You're not asking me to grant, but you're not saying this is true. You're asking us. Suppose there's a situation like that.
No, I'm saying suppose it's true. I'm saying suppose it's true that there is a being who is all-knowing, infallible. In a possible world, picture, because they don't believe it, but picture that there's this truth-telling God that is, more.
That's what I'm saying. You're asking me to consider a hypothetical scenario.
Yeah. I'm asking you to consider a hypothetical.
There's no like I need to grant you anything about like what I need to grant you is just you described some situation and there is a substantive answer to your question given that scenario.
Okay. So in the moral,
you don't need to grant you that like it's possible God to do it. The idea is what we're doing is we're agreeing the scenario is impossible, but still we think there's substantive evaluation to be done about what else is true in the impossible scenario.
Yeah. Okay.
Somebody could just say, it's impossible, and I don't think there's anything substantive to say.
Okay. I got you. Actually, this is the issue here. So the way that I formulated with albedo, the way I did it was, if God says that you ought to do X, is it the case that you ought to do X? Now that's going to make it a little different than just X is true. X is true could open up a lot of doors. It could be a problem. I could see how people could say, okay, that there is a lot of stuff that.
I think it works the same.
That's fine. Okay, so you ought to do X.
You're just gonna say, that's the major premise, and the minor premise is God says you don't have to do X, Y, Z. Right? And then is it true that I don't have to do X, Y, Z?
What's the major premise?
Oh, whatever God says I have to do, I have to do.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I was going to say something. I guess the question is it true that I have to do X, Y, Z?
Well, that's right. So just saying X is true. Okay, so anything that God says is true is different than saying.
It's different. I'm just like, I understand it's different. I'm just saying. I think it's still worth the same because just what the point, it's still whatever God says in this regard is true. God says this, and is it true? Right? Still, I'm gonna need to reason through the scenario and see what the answer is to your question.
Okay, so here's what it is. If I say this to you, tell me your response to me. If God tells you that you ought to do X, is it true? Right? Now he's a truth telling, all this passages.
Yeah.
Okay. If God says that you ought to do X, is it true that you ought to do X? That's how I framed it down. That's how I'm framing it. No, what you said.
I'm gonna say yeah, but because I think standardly that question implies that you're asking me to restrict it to just possible scenarios. So how I'm gonna read that question isn't hey, sorry. I'm gonna take that question. Fuck off, you dumb fucking bitch. Jesus fucking Christ. She has nothing worth saying. Never their speed. Anyway, like here's like how I would standardly take that kind of scenario. Take all the possible worlds, and like take all the scenarios you think are possible that involve the antecedent. Do they all involve the concept? Right. So I'm limiting the scope of consideration of possible situations. But what you want to know is does that extend to the impossible scenarios? Like standard questions like that don't work.
Oh, really? Okay. So, okay, well, okay, so, standard question. So, let me make sure I track what you just said. So, standard questions don't work that way.
I'm just imagine like if I ask you, is it true that whenever you have I don't know, it was like a law of physics. We're gonna suppose a law of physics is like any mass exerts gravity. Maybe we're gonna say that's perfectly physics, right? Okay, so you ask me, is it true that whenever you have a mass, you have gravitation?
Yeah.
I mean, I would just answer yeah, right? Because basically what I'm thinking is you're asking me about the physically possible scenarios.
Yeah. So right. We both believe that too. So yeah.
Yeah. I mean, again, what matters is I believe it. The recipient of the question. Right?
Yeah, that's right.
It's just like, I'm gonna say yeah, but like it's not like what I'm saying is it's like the truth that holds in all logically possible worlds, and in fact also in the logically impossible, right? That's not how I would normally take the question. Okay, like what you're asking me, is this necessary? And I need to fill in, okay, what sense do you mean necessary? Well, probably you mean physically necessary. Or in the case of like God tells you something, I'll probably like, is it metaphysically necessary or something? I wouldn't think you mean necessary in some sense that's like very hard to work with. That in fact also implies to impossible worlds.
Okay. So it's not including impossible worlds, which would be worlds like where you would butt it up against things that you think are necessarily contradictory to whatever it is that God wants. Okay. All right. I see. I see. Okay. Okay, but if I say that to somebody that thinks
the implication might change in a conversation, right? Like,
okay.
If the conversation goes something like, oh, what if God commands rape? Is that good? I say, no, I don't think so. I think rape is necessarily wrong. And then you'll ask me that question. Then maybe I should think, oh, you mean like even very impossible?
Okay. Well, I will say that what I'll leave around in mind is some kind of impossible stuff. Considering, like, if I think.
I mean, from what I've heard about like the ape condom, that would be my reading of the context there, right? Where it's like, what he's saying is, rape has to be wrong.
Yeah.
You still want to preserve it. Then it sounds like we really are asking about like, even in the impossible scenario,
yeah.
I think you should side with God.
Yeah.
And
okay, so then in that scenario, so good. So you're saying in the possible scenario, of course, people just grant that. That does seem like the right response to say yes. In the possible scenario that God tells you to do it, yeah, God, you should believe that, right? But when you think you're butting up against the necessary truth, then you want to say, is this what you want to say? Why should we give precedence to the God necessary truth?
But it's not that God is the necessary truth. It's that God is in the antecedent. God is what we're putting in as step one.
Yeah. Why should we give weight to him rather to what he's saying? Yeah, the derivation.
And also, whatever else. So it's not just that, because we might also need other stuff to get to the answer, right? So why is it that what we put in as step one,
yeah,
and whatever in conjunction the world is going to contain a sentence like rape is wrong, and also, you know, God always tells the truth and people be rape is good, and then also like the inferences that take you from, you know, God says this, so it's true, right? So basically, why is it that I'm throwing out rape is wrong rather than all this like other stuff that you put in and whatever else you derive determined class?
Okay. Sorry, I'm sorry. Repeat that one more time.
Yeah, I'm saying basically now so we have what you put in as step one.
Yeah.
We have all the stuff that goes in as step two, and now we have the question.
Yeah.
Okay, does the world contain this sentence or no? And the sentence is rape is obligatory sentence. And I'm saying, well, we have both answers.
Yeah.
But we wanna go with just one answer. We wanna say one of these is like somehow better than the other. Okay, so we need to throw some stuff that we put in at step one and two, out of it. Okay, so what do we throw out? Well, yeah, one thing we could throw out is rape is always wrong. Another thing we could throw out is the stuff at step one. So we could throw out God always tells the truth, or we could throw out God told you rape is good, or actually we could throw out modus ponens, right? And if we throw out modus ponens, then we can go from, you know, whatever God says is true, or whatever God says is obligatory, and this is something God said, so it's obligatory, right? If we throw out modus ponens, we also don't get the result.
Now, why would modus ponens be on the chopping block if it's not one of the things I'm saying? God is not saying that it's false.
But is it going to resolve the contradiction?
Okay.
Right, the point is, we get an inconsistent answer to your question, and we want to make it consistent. Okay, so what we need to do is throw out some of the resources that lead to one of the answers.
Okay.
Modus ponens is one such resource.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. 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 I think.
And also, you know, another thing you need to remember is, like, whatever we throw out might not be enough. It's just like, if we modus ponens, but modus ponens can be derived from other stuff, then, you know, it doesn't matter, the inference still works. Because now the inference is just, you know, take all the stuff you need to derive modus ponens. Now you got modus ponens, and now apply it to this, right? So you can still build up the proof. So basically, you know, you need to throw out all the stuff that gives you one of the answers, and also all the stuff that could get the stuff that gives you one of the answers. You're gonna have a really weak logic. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Really, you know, like, it might not be enough to throw out 2 plus 2 is 4 if, you know, if that's like what God says is false. It might not be enough to throw out that, because that proof is actually derivable from like more fundamental stuff in mathematics. So just throwing it out won't be enough. We also need to derive, we need to also throw out like way more basic stuff of math.
Right. Okay. If God was to say 2 plus 2 is false. 2 plus 2 equals 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so like, you know, maybe you're saying,
Yeah.
oh, well, I'm just gonna throw that out, and now I've made the scenario consistent again. Well, no, because we're still able to derive the second answer, right? So we're still back at the scenario we want to avoid, where we have 2 inconsistent answers to our question. But now we don't do it straightforwardly, but it's saying 2 plus 2 is 4,
like.
But that's isn't really a point of like what you're saying is just like how you think the game should be played is step one takes precedence over step two. Like you answered it best.
I want to say, given the I hear you, but I don't want to quite do that. I want to say, I mean, I want to do that, but I'm not going. What I want to do for the purposes of being, above board is just is say that God is more likely. You trust your assessment of your own conclusions about what is necessary that contradicts what you are just being, what's just stipulated that you're accepting. That is something that.
I can ask you what just are you asking me to not put in some stuff in step two? Because maybe I'm wrong about that.
No, I'm saying that in step one, make sure God's infallible. In step two, make sure all the conclusions.
Yeah, I'm just putting in those sentences, sure.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not putting them in with any credence or whatever. Right? We're just saying these sentences are part of the work.
Okay, yeah. These the capital. There is an infallible truth in step one, and there are some fallible necessary truths in step two.
There's no understand how the game is supposed to be played. I'm saying the game is set up a situation and not supposed to show the situation. How we set up the situation.
No, I have something to add. You have made a quantitative assessment of a qualitative fact, and
Please, I'll get rid of this thing. Sorry, I'm saying the game is set up a situation and ask what's true of it. And how we set up a situation is via step one and step two. I don't think credence has come into play at all. You can say how credence should come in is if something has a credence below some threshold, it doesn't go in a step two or something. So maybe modus ponens doesn't make it, or maybe 2 plus 2 is 4 doesn't make it into the college. Maybe that's what you can say. I don't really understand how else credence would be relevant to the process.
I don't know. For some reason, I want to say something like, if I have come to infallible knowledge somehow, I mean, I don't know if it's necessary, but let me just say this. If I've come to an infallible knowledge that there is an infallible being that just told me something is true, and it contradicts.
Do you understand that that's just what you're putting in at step one?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So just you're putting that in at step one, and still the question at the end of the game is this true or not? The question just very well. Just wrap this up. It's not like I need to guess. Just wrap this up. Right? You make your own. That's good. Okay.
Hey man, just watching this news. It's crazy.
What's the news?
There's 12 people have been confirmed dead now.
Where?
But you haven't seen it in Australia.
What's happening?
Basically, a gunman has shot 12, shot more probably, and killed 12 people in a Jewish community in Bondi Beach.
Jesus Christ.
There was
celebrating Hanukkah. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Matthew, we don't need anywhere where you can be safe. That's right. We can just be safe amongst you guys. You go and you're totally safe for us. Yeah, that's sad. Wouldn't think of Australia as a hotbed of anti-Semitism. It's everywhere, right? I will say that one of the most, I guess, very relevant to my worldview is as a kid, learning about the Holocaust was like, that's crazy. Well, at least we learned from that one. At least we're not going to do anything like that again. We're not going to like just kill Jews for no reason. I thought the world kind of got along in the same way that we don't have slavery anymore, not foot binding anymore, we don't have wife burning anymore. I thought we just kind of like Jew blaming. I thought that was history, and the fact that it like isn't over makes me like murderously angry. So yeah, I mean that very much affects my worldview. Like imagine every 100 years we didn't have a debate about whether slavery should be brought back. I can see people being murderously angry about that.
Slavery was only moved to a different country. That's all. We just didn't have to see it.
Which country did it move?
For instance, they lock people up in factories in China. It's in Africa. If you've been there, you know the people who live there. You know it still exists. It's undeniable. I need to go see my daddy for Hanukkah. It's important too.
It's not as bad as African chattel slavery.
They're like, well, if you're locked into a factory and you're not allowed to leave, pretty bad. But if you're in a pit mining what we use for batteries with your bare hands, that's pretty darn bad. Right?
But you have to understand the amount of people that are owned as property being killed at will, or not killed for trivial offenses and raped at will, is not the same thing as it's not as much less frequent today. Like in the South, it was a huge percentage of the entire population of the South were slaves, or like in ancient Sparta, the majority of the population were slaves. Millions of people taken to the Muslim world, into the Caribbean and stuff like that, slavery. The thing you're talking about now is not like anywhere near the kind of percentages of the population existed, and the conditions are much less bad.
We used to help the people who came from there in barrels. Yeah. No stories. But that was a long time ago. It was like 20 years ago. Worldviews can be changed pretty easily, can't they? I saw a clip. I hope, Sam, that you find peace, something good to look upon.
No, my life got
Simple.
recently.
It's what?
My life's gotten a lot better recently.
That's good. Yeah. I just wanted to say that. You have a good day, okay?
Have a good day as well. desire to say that slavery hasn't changed. Either it's like a cynical way to be like moral progress never happens, or it's a way to just like signal like, oh, I know about the depravity of our world today that you guys don't know about. But like it really is like the ending of shadow slavery in the world was like a huge moral progress that affected many people. And very strange. People should just accept that was moral progress and not pretend like Chinese sweatshop workers have it as bad as people that are forced to like, on pain of death, with to work fields and plantations and stuff like that. Marcus, you there? So I have this 4-part argument against Christianity that I think is pretty strong. So the question is always asked me, what's more likely? Did humans write it or did God write it? And I have 4 different angles for that. One is hell is a scare tactic. It's really plausible that humans would scare each other with hell because it's like really, really like scary to exaggerate to get people to do stuff. Whereas it's not really believable that a loving God, a merciful God, would torture people for forever. So if hypothesis A, humans made it up to scare each other. Hypothesis B, loving being tortures for billions of years. It's just like way more likely that humans made it up. And that's just like one of 4. Argument 2, the difference in morality in the Old Testament and New Testament is very large. It's more likely that humans just wrote down their changing norms versus that the creator of the universe that's outside of space-time has changing morality. They change up his like vibes. So that's like argument 2. Argument 3 is in the Old Testament there's all sorts of stuff about stoning people, burning them alive, slavery. That makes total sense. If it's just Bronze Age people writing down their norms, it doesn't make very much sense. If it's a God who's perfectly loving, giving you commandments. So that's like 3. And 4, God's morality could have been anything. He could have had trillions of different options for his morality. So the fact that his scriptural ethic, like his ethics in the Old Testament, for example, is so similar to other ancient Near Eastern peoples, it's much more likely that people are just writing down their culture than that the weird coincidence that out of the trillions of possibilities, God's morality just looks like ancient Near Eastern morality. So I think all 4 of these together just make it kind of like blindingly obvious that humans made this up. I think God did it.
Yeah. So you used the word blindingly obvious. Remember that idiot who was in the room yesterday and was saying, oh, you didn't understand what my premises were, right? And you aptly put him in his place and told him, I did hear his argument. But then what was blindingly obvious was him stating twice, would you rather this punishment or would you rather that punishment? And I was thinking, that's a blindingly obvious thing, right? Why do you want me to proceed to the rest of the nonsense that you're going to say when you're telling me I'm either going to be punished for this or I'm going to be punished for this? But one is a lesser punishment. But, did you get my point?
Yeah, I mean, if someone's giving you 2 punishments, like you just say, I don't want to eat a punishment.
Yeah, I'm entitled to the 3rd option. And here's another thing, right? So think about like caveman or early man, right? Living around the most fertile area that you're going to get, which is probably going to be around a mountain, correct? I mean, that's where you get fertile soil. And then all of a sudden there's a volcano eruption, and there are rocks flying all over and coming and landing on people, probably even killing them, stoning. Or there's whatever he would say I'm going to do. But he was another external force which no one had control over. So obviously human beings created the element of fear and then said if you don't do X, Y, Z, then there's a possibility that you're going to be stoned or fall into hellfire and that kind of shit. And that way now they're able to control people. So fear has been the bedrock of religion. Create an element of fear, tell people you can save them from that same hellfire that you created in the first place, and then people just become subservient to religion. It's a formula that's worked for so many millennia. Yeah. And probably will still keep on working as long as people think that religion is, the way to God. I think it's the thing that actually divides people from an existence of God and their own experience of what that God is. Why would you need religion to come and tell you this is what you need to do or this is what you ought to do? We can all decide collectively as a society that, hey, this serves us and we're going to choose to do this for now. I agree with your points. I think they're really good points.
Thank you. It's just fucking so goofy that people think that there's like an infinite torture chamber that a loving God set up.
Yeah, and then what really irks me is when they use examples like, oh, if your dad did this, or, if your dad put the cookie in, and told you don't touch the cookie. And I'm thinking, what absurd examples are you using? Why would my dad put the cookie in if my dad is the all-knowing dad that knows everything I'm going to do, including eating that bloody cookie that he's told me not to eat? That would be a really stupid dad,
And the dad wouldn't torture you for eating a cookie.
Yeah. Like, you told me not to eat the cookie, you know I'm going to eat the cookie, and then you're going to punish me for what you knew I was going to do. How does that even work?
Yeah.
And then you say, oh, but I gave you free will. Yeah, okay, it's free will, and my free will was to eat the cookie. Oh, yeah, but I'm going to punish you for it.
I can imagine God, giving you a slap on the wrist, but fucking torture for forever.
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with that?
I mean, I think if they're talking about justice, for me, justice then would be, okay, so you ate the cookie that I told you not to eat. Now someone else is going to have to eat your cookie. That I would say, okay, that's a fair justice,
Yeah.
Just absurd. Absurd. The obsession is like, oh, we know better than you know. And the reason why we know is because, oh, when you put your item from IKEA, did it come with a manual? Yes, of course it did. And so is life. And the manual of life is what God gave us, our religious text. But think about it. No bloody baby have I seen on this planet has ever come with a manual. They introduce the manual themselves up to some certain point and say, oh, but this is what God wanted you to do in your life. This is how you have to live it. I choose not to believe in a God that is going to condemn me, judge me, and punish me. I don't think that's an act of love.
I also just don't think that it makes any sense to say torture for forever is merciful. I think that by definition, infinite pain is not mercy. Like, if mercy is anything, it's not infinite pain. So, I mean, you can just either say it's not merciful or say hell doesn't exist, but don't say both at the same time, because that's dumb.
Yeah. Or if you're going to say God is most merciful, I agree. Okay, so fine, God is most merciful. Then what's going to happen when I'm standing before God and expressing the sins that I did and that I was proud of doing because God let me do it in me expressing my free will? I'll just turn around to God at that point and say, hey, but God, you're supposed to be the most merciful. Forgive me. What do you think the God is going to do at that point? Look around and say, oh, is there another creature, another being that's more merciful than me? No, there isn't. So I'm the only most merciful being. Therefore, I have to forgive you, my child. They put God's knickers in a twist and don't even realize they're doing it. I just think humanity has got the whole concept of God so wrong, so perverted. And yet they try and, polish that turd and sell it to us. Like little snake oil merchants,
There's nothing to be saved from. What are you being saved from? Yourself?
Yeah. Is God sets up a system where you need to be saved, and then gives you because he had credit for saving you. Like, imagine I put you in danger, and I can tell you, hey, thank me for saving you. You shouldn't have put me in danger in the first place.
It's absurd. This guy came into the room the other day, I think he was BHI, and he was talking about the covenant. You know how they like rehashing their books all the time? So the Israelites, they signed the covenant. I was like, okay, so if I'm a businessman and I'm going to sign a contract with a group of people or a person that I know is going to default at some point, do you think I'll be stupid enough to sign that covenant with them? I wouldn't. I would know that this guy's going to cock up at some point and not pay me back. Why then would an all-knowing God then sign a contract with people that God knows are definitely going to go against the covenant? It's stupid. You're literally saying your God is stupid without even realizing that's what you're saying. But no, because these words are fanciful and they're existing in the book, they sort of have to make them fit their own narrative. Oh yeah, they signed the covenant, but God, they were going to break the covenant. Why did God? No, because they're given free will. It's all bullshit, man. I'm telling you, if we started explaining these things to kindergartners, they'll probably understand this and laugh at adults who believe in these stupid concepts. They're probably thinking, what's wrong with you people, man?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think the best thing someone can do, to be honest, is not to say, hey, stop reading these books. I think the better way is to actually read these books even more. And my hypothesis is that the more you read these books, the more you'll find the ridiculousness and the absurd claims of truth and just run away really far from them. Because you'll realize a loving God is not going to behave this way. When you say God is going to judge you, you've actually said in that same statement that God doesn't know. You've claimed that your God is not omniscient. Yet they're the same people who will say God knows everything. Well, if God knows everything, then you compare it to a local, a court. The reason why a judge performs as a judge is because the judge doesn't know what both parties are going to say. So the judge listens to all of this and then makes a decision based on what that person was saying and what the judge heard. But now you're using the same example with God and saying, oh, God is going to judge you. You're literally saying this God didn't know. Because if God knew, what's the point of judging? And the other silly one which I constantly keep on hearing, is a test. Why would I, as a teacher, put a test if I knew exactly how the student was going to answer? I know I'm going to put these choices, and I know that Sabu is going to answer D in all of them because she likes D. What sense does that even make? Why would they put a test in the first place? I think people get confused with the idea that we have got all these concepts that we want to experience. I want to experience the concept of generosity. I want to experience the concept of stealing. I want to experience the concept of killing someone. And then we perform all these concepts as an act, which might be the most hideous things that we're ever going to do. But they're simply just an act. That is all it is. But yet we turn around and say, oh, you did this, we're going to kill you. And then you think, but aren't you the same people who are saying that killing is a bad thing? Now you're going to kill me for leaving your religion? Like, how does that even fall into place? It's all.
You don't have some things that you agreed to be born. You agreed, like God asked you in your soul before you're born, like, hey, do you want to be given this test? And that's like trying to make it more fair. And I'm like, yeah, but I would never accept the test where infinite torture is one of the options.
Hey Sam, do you remember the time when I used to come into your room and then I used to play act and I used to say, hey Sam, I'm your father. What would you like? You remember those days? Yeah. So imagine, let's play that scenario out. So you are the guy that you tell me, hey, would you like to be born? And I'm like, yeah. And then you'd be like, would you like to do this test? And I'm going to say, yeah. But Dad, am I going to fail this test? What do you think you're going to say? You're my dad. Now you're the God. Go on, tell me.
fail this test. Then why are you letting me do this test, Dad, if you're not going to fail? You have to be Asian in the country. You have to be Shruti. I just think it's absurd. I would never do a test. Like if God told me, hey, you're going to do a test, I'd be thinking, God, if you know the answer, why are you making me do this test?
And like, if I was like, hey God, am I gonna fail the test? He's like, I'm not telling. It's like, okay. Never. I don't want to do it.
So tell me something about philosophy and religion, what you know. Tell me something that you know that nobody knows. Tell me something which is of your own, not the rhetoric of other people or the people actually who have listened, heard, or discussed. Tell me what you know of philosophy or religion.
Let's see. Well,
be very cautious. I will be interpreting if you are using somebody's information, somebody's knowledge. I will put a B.
Cool. Well, I gave these 4-point argument for why humans wrote the Bible, not God. So one is hell is a scare tactic. So it's really believable that humans would lie to scare people to do stuff. People lie all the time in marketing. So it's totally believable that humans would invent hell as a scare tactic. It's very unbelievable that a being that's love itself would torture people for quadrillions of years. So
that is not you. Before you people have already discussed. I'm saying something you know, which is not being used by mankind. Yes, tell me is that. Don't repeat something which is. Don't repeat the obvious. Don't repeat the obvious. Don't repeat the language. Tell me what you know about philosophy. I'm interested in doing that. What you
already talked about. So stop being controlling. You're actually a control freak right now. Stop being a control freak. Stop telling me what to talk about. So anyway, there's the hell is a scare tactic. Then there's God's morality could have been one of trillions of things. God could have had any preference for norms in the world. But the fact that his norms looked like ancient Near Eastern norms is much more likely that it's just.
Sam, this also you have heard big. Why are you interrupting Sam for deep? I really don't get it. Because he is using. I'm asking him to say something which he knows, not the other people. What he actually saying. The very first thing that he is using the God means that he has been tutored. I don't know whether he really knows the God or whether there was a condition where he has to go for a God or God is there or God is relevant. This and other. Tell me something about the word philosophy and religion, what you know. Not the word.
Thank you. No, thank you. I don't want to. I don't want to. No, thank you. No, thank you. I don't want to.
Thank you, Sam. I hope okay. Thank you. Carry on. I have a philosophy. He is such an idiot. Tell me something like, who the hell are you to be told that? Seriously. That's not how a conversation goes. I think you're trying to use the same argument that some of these people use. So whatever you're telling me, where is it grounded? Where is your morality grounded? Where is your philosophy grounded? And I'm always thinking, what the F do you mean grounded? It's grounded in my own beliefs as I stand on this earth speaking to you. That's my grounding.
Yeah, we can just use common sense of like, how do we want to live with each other? How would it be fun to behave? Like, if I had a fucking dinner party, I don't need God to tell me that a better dinner party is one where we don't stab each other in the eyeballs. Like, a nice dinner party has people in lovely conversation, tasty food, chairs, a table. Yeah, I don't need God for that. So if I don't need God for that, why does that, like, same principle applies to a society? Society, people are happy, they have faith, they have friends, like, I don't need God to tell me. Think about how I want to live and how it would be fun to interact with each other.
I think they've grown up in
shit. So they just lie about what the lives of Indians are like to feel smug and superior. They're not doing it.
I mean, think about it, Sam, right? Even if we had the freedom to express our free will, free will is like, hey, you know what, I want to stab Sam in the eye. Like, number one, how many times am I going to stab you in the eye that is going to give me joy? Number two, I'm also going to be exposing myself to you stabbing me in my eye. And I would like to think that amongst us all idiots, there's going to be one person who's going to say, guys, just stop, man. Like, really, where are we going with this? We can't have a party with people bleeding all over, with their eyes stabbed. Stop.
Yeah, exactly.
And then we'll evolve from that point and be like, yeah, that makes sense. We need someone to serve us the drinks. And if we don't have the eyes to look at the drinks, who's going to serve us? And we'll evolve. We'll just move on. Think about it. A long time ago, we were cannibals. Hey, look at Zabu. She's got a juicy thigh. We're going to cook her tonight. And then, after a period of time, we decided, no, hang on. She's also a very good farmer. So we'd rather keep her alive because she's going to make food for us through the garden than us killing her. So we evolved from cannibals to people who started respecting each other.
Yeah.
Long time ago, we were a nudist society. People would walk around naked. If you're walking around with a leaf or a bark on yourself, people would think, hey, what's wrong with you? We're all naked. But then, at some point, we decided, oh no, we need to cover up. And now, if you walk naked in the street, people will think you're mad. So we evolved at some point and changed our morals. I don't think God's got anything to do with morals. Like, why would that even affect God in the first place? Morals are just something that we decide as a society. And you know what? They're subject to change. We can decide this is what is serving us at this point. And then in another place, in another time, maybe it's not going to do that. We have nudist societies. People are okay with it. It's not like they're fucking each other all over the place now. They just nude, they enjoy living like their natural lifestyle, and they respect each other. Whereas they've got other societies which are living in the deep bloody sun, boiling at 58 degrees centigrade, and fully covered in a black cloth that even absorbs even more heat. Like, what? But we still let them.
Yeah. Welcome to the DGL. Are you an economist? Your profile says economist. Got it. We're speaking about that. Goodbye. Hey, Brinty. How you doing? Are you a Christian, Muslim, Hindu, atheist? I feel like religions make lots of contradictory claims to each other, so it's hard to reconcile.
because I
I'm not judging you, but I think people who believe in God, when they say to me, don't judge me, I think that's being hypocritical. Because if you believe in a God that judges, then you should also allow me to express my judgment, because I'm just learning from the best example that exists.
I did not say that I believe in God. Sam, can you mute him, please?
I have the ability to make myself. All I just want you to stick to is either we're having cheese or toast, or we're having rice and beans. Just don't go all over the place. Thanks.
Okay, fine. Yeah, exactly. That's what I meant. So philosophy gave rise to nationalism, and religion had very tiny little philosophy in it. Much as the led not by the counting but by the sky, God. And I think that is the core of religion, to look outwards and look at the possibility and be optimistic. And in those days,
Pretty, can I ask you a question?
very little.
Can I ask you a question, Pretty? Are you getting cheesed off the fact that I'm interrupting you at some point?
No, because I'm not scared of a judgment. If I've done bad, I don't mind burning in hell. But I don't. I've burned in hell enough for me not to.
Do you know how to tell someone who knows this subject matter and someone who actually is just not fully aware? Are you there?
With all due respect, I'm not the one who thinks you got. Okay, so
You're not the one with the what?
who think you got.
Yeah, so my question to you is, do you know someone who knows this subject matter and someone who is just not fully aware of what they're speaking about?
And just because I'm not listened to by you, Marcus, doesn't mean that I do not know what I say.
I asked you a question. Do you know how to tell the difference? Would you like to know?
Yes, I know.
Okay, tell me, how do you know?
Vocabulary that is more relevant to something.
You're gone. And
Yeah, I know. Yeah, keep telling it, Marcus.
would you like to know?
No, not from you. I will learn from you.
Okay. Go on. Express to us what you're trying to express to us earlier on.
So I feel like, this is.
Mission accomplished.
Goodbye, repeat. You're missed.
The only person who can actually miss you and then actually mean it is an assassin. Won't you agree, Sam?
You get what?
If an assassin misses you and tells you I missed you, they actually mean it.
That's true.
You there, Sam?
No, she's back. Hallelujah.
Assalamu alaikum, pretty.
understand you more when you're muted by the ability. Thanks.
messed up, but they get it right. There's an irony in this subject, in this, let's say. Over 3 billion people are preaching this ideology, this way of thinking, and yet still you have seen a lot of. It really aches your heart, It's really disappointing that how even this is, why this is continuing, how this is allowed to be happened. The MBS, the Mohammed bin Salman in Saudi Arabia are doing some reforms to, let's say, bring the main, let's say, it was the foundation of Islam, Saudi Arabia. They want to make a reform, they want to change the culture, they want to change the society. They have come with a lot of, let's say, efforts, with a lot of problems. All this, I just don't get it, what I'm trying to say.
Can I add something here? I think it's terrible for the people who died, obviously. Very, very sad, heartbreaking. Some people will never come back to their homes again. They won't see their family members again. This is so heartbreaking. Just a month ago in India, where I'm from, 22 doctors were arrested, Muslim doctors, all of them. Many of them with PhDs, some of them gynecologists from a university, from Islamic University, where they had stored 3,000 kilograms of excess. Okay, some of these Muslim doctors were women gynecologists, heart surgeons, things like that. And one of them blew themselves up and ended up killing 15 Indian citizens in Delhi last month. Okay, and there are other 20 or 30 doctors who are still on the run. These are medical doctors we're talking about. They're supposed to save human lives. And here we have people killing. They were practicing bombing and things like that after their work, after 4 p.m. Imagine how dedicated they were. And some of them even had children at home. They were less in love with the children, they were more in hate.
That's what Islamists do, Shifam. That's exactly what Islamists do. Stop.
Yeah, around that. I guess my point is these guys were not fighting for Palestine, because in India, Palestine issue, right? They were just killing Hindus and other religions. This is not an Israel-Palestine issue. This is not the killings in Paris from 2016, where 150 people died, right? Or Nice, where the truck driver just ran over a bunch of 80 people or so. The bombings and the killings in Moscow, right? 9/11. I mean, this list goes on and on and on. And yet, we're supposed to believe that Islam is a religion of peace and we're Islamophobes for saying these things. And how many people have to die? I don't get it anymore. It's not all Muslims, but it is always a Muslim.
The problem is as well with your silence of the moderate Muslims. I don't see them going in the street and chanting not in our name, Islam is against this, it's so this. And that is the problem that I have with moderate Muslims, that they allow it. And they're quiet about it, while every Jew needs to defend all other Jews. And in every pro-Palestinian demonstration, you will have a few useful idiots, Jewish, that say not in our name. And we have 16 million Jews globally. Yet in every demonstration you will find a few. Where are the 10 Muslims that will go down the streets of New York, London, and Paris and will find that says, this is not Islam, or release the hostages, or Hamas is a terrorist group? Not, the problem that I have, radical Muslims at least are honest. We can deal with them. But why are the moderate Muslims so fucking quiet? Why don't they speak out?
The pastor said the Egyptian comedian, the Pierce Morgan, frequently asked him that what this religion is. They said that the Pierce Morgan asked Pastor Yusuf that, do you condemn the 7 October attacks? And he said yes. And he said, what about the Hamas? He said, fuck the Hamas. Hamas is a terrorist group.
There are other Muslims who condemn it. One, I said that you can go to the YouTube and see the video of Bassem Youssef, the Egyptian.
That guy's amazing, but no, Eid Bassam. Have you seen that guy? He condemns. Eid Bassam.
Where are the large protests, though, in city centers? One or two here and there is not, moderates who say Islam is religion of peace getting out and saying out in our name that we condemn this. Like, there's no mass scale protests.
I want to quickly pile on to what Shiva mentioned here. First of all, point number one, should not take.
Okay.
It should not take too long to feel sorry for something like this. I'm a practicing Hindu from India. I'm nowhere related to this, but I feel for you, and I just want to say that whatever happened, Shiva mentioned it even better. This should not have happened, and my condolences to your community, and I feel sorry for what has happened. Point number two, a lot has been said, so I'm going to just make 2 points just to contribute to the conversation. We need to come out of our shells, and we need to accept the fact that the moderates are the biggest problem. Just like someone else mentioned here, the radicals are not the problem. They're out in the street and they're wearing their opinion on their sleeve, and they're being very, very clear about what they're doing, why they're doing, quoting the scriptures and the verses, and only a blind person or a foolish person or a combination of both would be, stupid enough to ignore that. But the bigger problem is the moderates. Those who say it's not our religion, it's not Islam, it's not this, it's not that. They know exactly what they're doing, because they know when the terrorists come to knocking on their doors, slitting their throats, they will be spared and their neighbors won't be spared. They're being hypocritical and they're being munafiq, which is haram in Islam. They know they're just biding their time because it's never going to hit them. And those are the selfish people we need to stay away from. Those are the people, those are the enablers who will go and pay money to the mosques, knowing that their kafir friends and neighbors are going to be killed, and when push comes to shove, they're going to lie through their teeth and get them killed. That has happened, and this is not a point of just weaving out a story. This has happened in Kashmir. This has happened in several parts of India. In the past few years, we have seen cases when neighbors, well-meaning neighbors, who had taken loans from their Hindu brothers and sisters in their own community, had been friends for more than 20-25 years, snitched on their neighbors and got them killed. And in fact, in some cases, killed their Hindu friends themselves. So, first of all, we need to understand the definition of moderates. There are very, very few moderates. Most of them are radicals. Some of them are out in the streets. Some of them are working in institutions like Shiva mentioned. They're trained gynecologists, they're trained doctors. So we need to come out of this shell and smell the coffee. That's point number 2. Point number 3 is we're expecting a little too much. I think we're at a stage, just like someone mentioned earlier, this is an SOS related stage. Things have gone too far. Imagine a community of, they're saying we're a community of 3 billion people, followers of Islam and whatnot. What have you done? 90% of the people on the Interpol's red notice list come from one community. Have you ever sat down and thought about it? When you go to your mosques, when you go to these institutions and take funding from different people, when you apply for asylum, go to a different country for a better life, do you ever sit down and think and talk within your community there is something wrong and we need to reform it? The problem is, the fact of the matter is, you're incapable of reform because you think that we don't need to reform. Because at the end of the day, when push comes to shove, if you're not going to get killed, why do you even bother? So these are the realities I think as non-Muslims we need to be very, very aware of. And it took me a long time to realize that and smell the coffee, and I hope a lot of other people in this room do too. And we need to just take these people as what they are. They will lie through their teeth. They will do al-taqiyya, they will play the victim card, and when push comes to shove, when they're put towards a corner, they will say all these things that people like Arabi and other people have mentioned. They will issue rape threats, they will say bad things, and they will just leave the room. Their purpose of coming in these rooms is not to listen. not to talk, only derail the conversation. My challenge is with these people, turn the chats off of the room and don't invite them on the stage. See how many of them sit in the audience to listen. None of them will.
Okay, so hey everybody.
Really good, Benedict. I just want to say very good intervention. Thank you.
You know, everybody who's been touched by the strategy, like just send you good energy, and I hope people who have been injured recover quickly. And yeah, anyway, just Vindic, to your point really quickly, I think in principle you're actually incorrect. Because like if we're talking about the actual moderate Muslims, we need to be welcoming and promoting them. The problem is though, it is extremely difficult because of the nature of the Islam. It's extremely difficult.
Look at Lucy, that never has a Wi-Fi connection.
Possible to differentiate somebody who is politically moderate to somebody who actually is moderate and wants to reform. And you know, Bibi, I think of Takia, and I think it would be very helpful for people in general to understand what it means and how it interacts with like Dawa and things and other concepts in Islam. And like maybe Phil has internal knowledge and I can provide internal critique with examples from the Islamic law would be very helpful just in general.
I think I might be able to give some.
Or I also know.
Oh, so who did you just say? Sorry, I didn't hear your name that you mentioned. Did you mention anybody?
Phoenix. I think you know.
Yeah, but Phoenix is not in the room. So.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, just in general, like somebody, but
yeah.
You know, educating people about that concept, what it represents, because it is a very murky concept. You know, there's a lot of gray area and room for interpretation. So people, you know, kind of massage the concept and say, well, no, it's not really. It's only like bodily harm. And you know, I did an experiment fairly recently, a couple of weeks ago, when I, you know, kind of interacted with ChatGPT on the concept, and it was very quick. I was very general in my request. It was extremely quick to pinpoint certain aspects of it that I didn't even bring into the conversation, and trying to basically tell me, no, that doesn't exist in Islam, it doesn't happen at all. But when it was pressed a little bit and with some quotations from Quran, it started agreeing more and more with me. So I think it's important for people to understand what the concept means and how it interacts with the general ideology.
And the specimen of moderate Muslim is only obtained under external westernized pressure. This is the only way you get moderate Muslims, because when Islam takes over, you automatically have a very rigorous, more to the letter kind of Islam, because that's the true nature of the religion. They're dragged easily into it, and they don't have like any problem. But when you have like someone in a foreign country, westernized country, because they have to work, because they have to show a good face, because there's this external influence of Western values, then you get a non-reliable moderate Muslims, because they will not be there if there's suddenly a caliphate in France. They will not help the non-Muslim escape or be saved from decapitation, let's say, if we take an extreme example. But they're already not acting. Like, do you see like an international association of moderate Muslims trying to catch their own terrorists? No, because they agree deep down that this is a way where Allah is acting and executing His plan to punish disbelievers. So they're not reliable. You want moderate Muslims? You just keep the Muslim community weak and scattered. That's the only way to obtain moderate Muslims. Unfortunately, when they have like a concept of relationship with the country they're living in, based on domination and invasion, colonialism, that's the only way to deal with them, unfortunately.
This is why I always say that there is no such thing as moderate Muslim. There is only Muslims, right? And then the reason why Muslims are able or quote unquote allowed to be moderate is just because they're protected by by the laws of the land. And this is why Aya says you need to keep them scattered, because when you keep them scattered, they don't really because they gain strength through numbers. And the strength that they gain is also like the tough guys, exert a lot of pressure and bulliness, on the others that want to maybe be moderate, as she's saying. But you get that when you keep them separate from each other. That's how you keep them weak. Because if you allow them all to gather, they will exert their power and they will exert their numbers. And there is no moderate Islam. There's not such a thing. Islam is not it's very contradictory, because it is a very strict religion, as in you cannot pick and choose, yet it is the most flexible religion you will ever see on the face of the earth. You can lie depending on the situation. You can do flexible marriage, a marriage of 24 hours, just if you want to have sex with someone, and then you are not married anymore. So it's like a very progressive, very, very flexible religion, but it's not a pick and choose. It's weird to understand, actually. It doesn't make sense. It's a religion based on exceptions, but not when it comes to the core teachings and the core things, right? Those you can never, ever refute.
Yeah, when people stop seeing it as a monotheistic Abrahamic religion, see it for what it is, the group that is worshipping itself, because in the core of Islam, Allah gave them the divine power to execute His plan. Therefore, you have people thinking that there are two types of human beings on earth, the Muslims and the Lebanese, and they are just a political ideology. They're not waiting for God to give a sign, or it's not in the hands of God, it's in the hands of the Ummah, the collective group of Muslims, to decide what's going to happen. So it's a very dangerous ideology. So when people when people will stop giving it the religion, spirituality free pass, we will make some improvement.
In Australia, they just banned teenagers from using the internet, using social media rather, right? They can go as far as banning teenagers from using social media. But a few years ago, in the Sydney Opera House, when they were saying, fuck the Jews, right, these Muslims, in hundreds were chanting, fuck the Jews. What did the Australian government do against them? Did they deport them? Did they arrest them? Did they ban them? I didn't see any action come out of that. And this shooting is just an outcome of being liberal towards Muslims in their country.
I don't know if it's one or the other or a combination, but so one of the options or one of the scenarios is okay, the governments or whoever is in power in these countries, either they are so weak towards enforcing the law in this group of people because they actually are liberal and they believe that's true Islamophobic or whatever, or number two is because they are actually afraid of them. And so these groups are making pressure and are bullying politicians, that the politicians don't want uprisings in their countries, because now that they have let a lot of them in, what do you do when you have a couple of millions of them, uprising? Or maybe a combination of the two, I don't know, but the whole thing is just idiotic.
I don't know how many attacks it will take for people to wake up. It's really hard.
I think the government should come together and actually give an ultimatum to all the Muslim groups, because they claim to be representative of all the Muslims in countries, that thus far and no more. And each time an attack like this happens, something is going to be stripped off from your privileges.
That's never going to happen. Who do you think they're going to give an ultimatum? They don't even function as in an institution, you know, like you could give an ultimatum to us Catholics because we work in an institution, we have a centralized organization. Who are you going to give an ultimatum to? That's going to be Islamophobic and racist, and how dare you, you know, they're going to call you Hitler if you do that.
Why do they give them the authority or the permission to run such organizations? They made the Islamic organization in early 2000 in Hamburg, and it was 2024 that the Germany anti-terror police decided to close it in Hamburg, Germany.
Have they caught these guys yet? You guys know?